The thing about the Alaska coast is that there's still places that are unknown. Lots of islands, rocky shorelines. Where we were working, well above the Arctic Circle, you have to have everything with you. We took 136 crates of stuff. That's a measure of the remoteness of the place.
Alaska's a frontier. It's a powerful place.
In the 20th century, it was oil. In the 19th century, gold. But this landlord fortune seekers, long before then, what they encountered was a vast, relentless, dangerous landscape. We're now finding shipwrecks of the first outsiders who came here.
We know the Russians came to Alaska, but nobody had ever found a Russian-era shipwreck in the United States. What was it doing, and why was it lost?
In Alaska's far north, there were 32 vessels that were lost over the span of 1 week. It changed the world. What was still there?
And why did people risk everything in these frigid waters?
Alaska can be unforgiving, particularly if you go in blind, unequipped, or foolishly.
When you come into Kodiak, you see fishing boats. You hear the seagulls. You see the sea lions and hear them barking. You could be there in 1850 and you would have seen and heard those same identical sights and sounds. Ahoy! Come aboard. How's fishing?
Oh, you know.
Wow, that's a lot of crabs. Can I take a look at one? I'm a biologist. Oh, there we go. That's a big boy. I went to Alaska in 1984 specifically to study crabs. I've studied every crab in the world, and I've been pinched by every crab in the world. Little did I know that Alaska would have a hold on me for the next 20 years. Kodiak lies off Alaska's southern coast. It is an island with a lot of very deep, narrow bays. In 1991, I got some money to use a submarine, and about a week after starting this project, we literally ran into a wall of crabs. And it was in the news in Kodiak, and it got my name out there as someone who was doing interesting things underwater. Sometime in the spring of 1991, out of the blue, I got a manila envelope in the mail from Mike Yarborough. He introduced himself, and he said he was an archaeologist. I had no idea at the time, but Mike's letter was the beginning of an incredible adventure. He'd seen the stories in the newspaper about me diving in Kodiak, and he wrote, I thought that you'd be a good person to talk to about a shipwreck in Kodiak, the Kadia. The hair stood up on my arm. I literally got chills. In the letter, Mike outlined this incredible legend of a ship that was abandoned after hitting a reef. It drifted unmanned for 8 miles and ended up in a lagoon called Icon Bay, the sacred burial place of a Russian saint. Somehow the ship sank with its mast poking above the water, forming the shape of a Russian Orthodox cross. All this happened without a soul aboard, and nobody's seen a trace of the Kadia ever since. Now that story has got to be too good to be true, right? When I first heard it, I thought, Nah, that's just, it's mythical. But what if it is true? What if that's what really happened? The letter said the ship sank in 1861. That's only a few years before the U.S. took control of Alaska. For more than a century, the Russians had claimed the territory. There's not a lot of physical evidence left to say why they gave it up. Nobody has ever found a sailing ship from the Russian colonial period in Alaska. To find something like that would be spectacular. I've got to do this. I just have to do it. There's no way I can not do this. I didn't really know much about the ship, so I began investigating that. And through various sources, I began to piece together the story of the Kadia. I discovered it was a three-masted sailing ship with copper sheathing protecting the wooden hull. The captain, Ilarion Archimandridov, survived and later returned to Icon Bay to chart the coastline. This is just a few miles from Kodiak's main harbor. And the more I read, the more fascinated I became. He took compass bearings to landmarks such as capes and islands, and took one final bearing to the mast of the ship that was still standing in the center of the bay. If I could find out where that last bearing was taken from, I'd be able to pinpoint where in the bay the mast had been. Archimandridov's notes were cryptic, to say the least. I spent literally years crisscrossing the bay in my kayak, trying to match his compass bearings to the landscape. They didn't line up. They didn't take me where I wanted to go. I still didn't know exactly where he stood, and I thought, I think it's this point here. I'm going to draw my X on the chart. That was what I had to go with. But it was better than anything else I had.
Brad called me, and he said, "Hey, Stefan, I think I found Kadia. I think I know where it is." And he said, "Would you like to come with me diving on the boat and film it?" And I said, "Of course."
I jumped on it. Great, let's do it. When can we do it? 3 weeks from now. Who will we bring? We'll invite all the divers you know.
You always want to be first. See something with your own eyes and with your camera for the first time. That's exciting for any filmmaker.
One morning in late July of 2003, we get together to go find the Kadia.
Okay, so we're at about 90 feet here.
The first thing I did when we got to Icon Bay, we got our gear on, our tanks, our masks, and we just roll off into the water.
On our first dive, we kind of thought we'll see a boat sitting down at the bottom.
We descended something like 80 feet. There was a lot of sediment. I literally could not see the seafloor. We got to the end of our dive, but we hadn't seen anything. So I was kind of disappointed. The next team of divers went in. And they came back up at the end of their dive and they said, "We think we found something." And one of the divers had picked up some little bits of metal.
We knew that Kadia had been covered with copper sheets to protect the wood from the sea worms.
This could be copper from the bottom of a ship, or it could be aluminum foil somebody threw over with their fried chicken. We don't know what it is, but it deserves another look. So The next team of divers went down, and they came back up at the end of their dive, and they said, Brad, you're not gonna believe this. We saw a cannon. A cannon? Really? You sure it wasn't rocks? No, it was a cannon. We saw a cannon. Does this mean that there's a whole ship lying down there? That diver went back down with a camera so we could see what the diver was seeing. And we're up on the deck of the boat going, wow, look at that. He found an anchor. Oh my gosh, look at that. And then the diver swims a little bit and turns around, and here's the cannon. And we're going, oh my gosh. I think we found a shipwreck.
In the water, you can't allow yourself to get excited because it could be dangerous. But of course, when you find something that's hundreds of years old, your heart starts beating faster.
I was elated and ecstatic, but I was also wary because hundreds of ships were used in the early centuries of Alaska. Ships were commonly lost. How could we know if we'd found the Kadia? We didn't have the expertise to answer the key questions. When did it sink? Is it even a Russian ship? We needed a professional archaeological survey. 9 months after we first laid eyes on the wreck, we were back with a pro team from East Carolina University. This dive was the first time I had dived at that site with professional archaeologists. As Frank can tell us. Yeah. He was the principal investigator. Back to where these diameters should take.
They had made out a wonderful plan, what to do and what to look for and what to bring up.
What they revealed was incredible. Systematically, the archaeologists removed the sediment around the artifacts. What they uncovered was the wooden remains of a hull. The first thing that struck me was the pile of rocks in the middle. It stands up about 3 feet off the seafloor. It's not a natural formation. That's called ballast. That would keep the ship weighted and prevent it from tipping over. There's ship timber sticking out under the ballast pile. Being able to see the wood and the ribs there, all of a sudden, that ship takes shape. We think that there were supposed to be 6 cannons on the ship. If there's anything I wanted to ever find underwater, it was a cannon. That was just amazing. You wouldn't find that on a modern wreck. We found 3 anchors. The largest one is probably the main anchor. Definitely 19th century anchors. We'd found parts of what obviously appeared to be a sailing ship. Could it be the Kadia? As we searched the wreck for clues to its identity, we saw there were a lot of unrecognizable things. There was, at one location, a big pile of what looked like rusted metal machinery. Part of it looked like there was a wheel, a round part that might be a pulley. I thought maybe it was part of some mechanism for raising and lowering cargo into the hold. I thought if I could learn more about Russian trading activity in Kodiak, maybe it could help me identify the ship. Russians came to Alaska to hunt sea otters and other fur-bearing animals. By 1861, they'd been running the operation out of Kodiak for nearly 70 years. But there were a lot of references to a set of docks on a tiny little island just across from Kodiak's main harbor. What were they up to over there? I went there to visit and walked through the woods. On Woody Island, there are a couple of small lakes. I saw that there was physical evidence that this place had been manipulated by humans over 100 years ago for a specific purpose. There was a trench about maybe 6 feet across and about 4 feet deep that goes straight down through the woods. These earthworks didn't look like they had anything to do with the fur trade. So what was this trench for? Looking at the position of the lakes, it became obvious. This lake would have been the perfect place to make ice. Which was good for the Russians, because there was a new market opening up. In 1849, the San Francisco gold rush happened. San Francisco became a boomtown, and they needed things that cities need. They needed refrigeration for food. Well, the Russians, sitting up in Alaska, saw this as an opportunity. During the winter, they drew horse-drawn saws along the ice to cut it into blocks to sell to San Francisco. The Russians probably dug this trench and lined it with wood so that they could easily slide ice from here down to the storehouses before loading on the ship. Those ice blocks would have to be huge to last the journey to San Francisco. Lifting them aboard would have required specialized equipment. This chunk of rusted metal down there might actually be part of that system, part of that ice machinery. Buried in documents on the Russian ice trade was some fascinating detail. The Kadia had an ice elevator on board, a piece of machinery that was built to help lower and raise ice into and out of the hold. I figured this metal on the seafloor must be related to that device, but it was too corroded to say for sure. We needed more evidence to say this was the Kadia. A few days after the archaeologists arrived, I was diving with Frank Cantellis, and we saw this object embedded in the seafloor that was about 1 foot long and sort of round. And Frank indicated to just leave it, and maybe we'll come back for it later. Several days later, we'd all finished diving, and Frank said, "Oh, by the way, I had a look at that interesting object today, and it's got writing on it." And my mouth just about hit the floor. And I was like, "Really? We've got to go back and get it."
They brought up this item to the boat. It was partly metal, partly wood, with the inscriptions on it. Everybody gathered around that piece, and somebody was cleaning off the top of it.
Sure enough, it's got Cyrillic writing on it, and I can read Cyrillic letters. It says K-O, the Cyrillic delta, D. Genya Anachenko, the Russian graduate student, looked at that and she says, "That's it. It says Kadia. This is the name of the ship."
Everybody kind of went crazy.
To find an object with the name of the ship that you're studying written on it is the holy grail of marine archaeology, and we had found it. What is it? It's the hub of the ship's wheel. Not in our wildest dreams could we have predicted that. Here it is. We found the Kadia.
When you know that it's the correct boat, that's when you can open the bottle of champagne and celebrate.
We'd found the only Russian-era sailing ship ever discovered in Alaskan waters. But the wreck was 8 miles from the reef that tore its hull open. How had the ship stayed afloat without a crew for 3 whole days before it finally sank? It turns out that the Russian captain survived, and later described the ship's sinking in letters to his superiors. On the morning of March 30th, 1860, Captain Ilarion Archimandridov had his ship loaded, and then he set sail. The ship's going along well, the sails are all set, and suddenly there's a crunching and a shrieking and a snapping of cords. The ship was probably tearing its bottom out across the rock reef that it had hit. There was nothing they could do. The damage was too great. They had to abandon the ship. But it didn't sink. It stayed afloat. That would make sense if the crew had just loaded up with cargo at Woody Island. Because even though the ship had a big hole in the bottom, it was full of ice. So it was now a wooden-hulled iceberg. It kept the ship afloat for 3 days, drifting without captain or crew. The Kadia finally came to rest, with the top of the mast sticking out of the water, forming the shape of the Russian Orthodox cross. The ship had settled on top of the reef, so Archimandridov could still see the mast 3 months later. At some point, probably during the winter, storms had broken up the ship. The bow had fallen off to the west, and on the other side of the reef was the rest of the ship, and that is how we found it. Finding the Kadia proves that these tales and records about the ice business, which are kind of obscure, that they really were true, and that it really did contribute significantly to the development of Alaska. It brings it all back and makes it real, and it elevates it from mystery to history. Not long after, artificial ice became common, and there were not enough fur-bearing animals left in Alaska to support the Russian colony. For the Russians, Alaska had become a worthless wasteland. And Russia, at that point, began to talk about selling Russian America to the United States. In 1867, just 6 years after the Kadia sank, the deal was done. The U.S. paid just 2 cents an acre for territory they still saw as potentially valuable. And American sailors saw untapped resources offshore. They sent hundreds of ships in pursuit. Unfortunately, many never made it back out.
I'm a retired airline pilot. I used to fly back and forth on America's busiest routes every day, but I love to explore. Nowadays, I use my license to fly over remote parts of the North American wilderness. I was always attracted to the north coast of Alaska because of its incredible history of human endurance.
I have been reading about Arctic exploration for probably 50 years now, ever since I was very young. The story of the whalers and the voyages that they did were actually very remarkable. Some lasted as long as 5 years, and these captains and sailors were incredibly capable. They faced perils of weather and lack of provisions. In the mid-1800s, whale oil lubricated the machines of the Industrial Revolution, so it was a very valuable commodity.
But when things went wrong in Alaska, they could be catastrophic.
I ran across the story of the 1871 whaling disaster very early on.
And it really captured my imagination.
This is the logbook of Captain Valentine Lewis of the whaling ship the Thomas Dickinson. And on Thursday, the 14th of September of 1871, he writes this: "With light winds from the south, good weather, and the ship still icebound, may God please send us a northeast wind or all will be lost." After that, the logbook ends.
He's saying that his ship is stuck in an ice field. They need help. Then he goes quiet. What is known is that a fleet of more than 30 ships had been hunting whales off the north coast of Alaska in the early fall, late in the season.
This area was not very well known, and they were actually pushing the boundaries of what was capable with their ships of the time.
Sea ice started forming and trapped them before they could escape to the warmer waters in the south. Almost all those vessels went down.
So out of the 32 ships that were lost, only one of them was salvaged.
You'd think more than 100 years of being crushed by the sea ice would have totally destroyed them. But I thought, could the remains of those ships still be out there?
For the locals, the 1871 whaling disaster must have been like a hardware store washing up along the beach.
Talking to the residents on Alaska's north coast, I discovered they'd been salvaging debris from the wrecks for generations.
They recycled the components of these ships.
I knew the ships must have been lost close to where this debris had come ashore.
Among the items we found on the beach was a flensing tool. And a flensing tool is a broad blade that is used to remove the blubber from the whale before it is boiled down for oil.
This tool had been found on a beach just west of Point Franklin, on Alaska's north coast. So I got my team together, and that's where we headed.
We had a helicopter that brought us directly to the campsite. When they dropped us off at the beach, the silence of the tundra kind of descended upon us.
In winter, ice covers up the sea and the shore, but in the summer, it melts back to reveal the beach.
In August, along this shoreline, when the wind is calm, it's absolutely beautiful. We enjoyed 24-hour daylight, but we also had an awful lot of down days where the winds were howling. So we started looking upon the shoreline. There is quite a bit of driftwood up there. But we started noticing in and amongst all this driftwood were ship's timbers. Amongst all the artifacts we found on the beach were portions of the hulls that are virtually intact. And it's impressive. There's an awful lot of it.
In theory, this wreckage could have been from any wooden ship. But then we began to find other intriguing items.
All along the beach, there were portions of sheet copper, and this copper was used to cover the hull to protect the wood from the teredo worm. One of these copper sheets still had the maker's mark on it. The maker's mark said AB, and was able to trace that to a copper company in Connecticut, the heart of the American shipbuilding and the whaling industry at the time.
We knew we were on the right track, but we had no proof that these ships were from the 1871 fleet. We needed to search for wreckage offshore. We used a small inflatable boat and the best survey instruments I could mount on that vessel.
But in the area we searched, we couldn't find any. Out of a 14-foot inflatable boat, we were forced to use a very compact sonar. We, could have had better equipment, a more stable vessel. This area deserved an expedition with more sophisticated equipment, and in 2015, that's what NOAA brought to the table.
What I loved about the stories of the Alaska shipwrecks is that it was so closely tied to areas where I'd grown up.
The story of the lost whaling fleet of 1871 is perhaps the most incredible to me. 32 ships lost, with more than 1,000 people aboard. Not only crew, but also some of the captain's wives and children. Amazingly, everyone escaped.
That nobody died is practically miraculous. 1,200 odd people. How do you do that?
We would never know the answer unless we found wreckage offshore, where they originally sank.
The fear was that maybe that ice had literally just chewed up those ships and left nothing.
But where there's smoke, there's fire.
What Randy was showing us was that ships had not completely broken apart and disappeared into matchsticks. There were big chunks of these ships up on the beaches, and those chunks of ships had survived over 1.5 centuries of being moved by ice. That was an important clue.
The question in our minds was, could we find these ships and figure out what had happened after they'd been abandoned? Each winter, as the Arctic freezes, icebergs form and sea ice pushes right up to the North Alaskan coast. This is what trapped the whaling fleet of 1871 in the area we now call Alaska's North Slope, before they could reach warmer southern waters.
There was a big question.
Would that grinding sea ice have left anything intact on the seabed?
This chart, with soundings and fathoms, would suggest, if you didn't know better, that this area is charted. We know what's on the bottom. But the reality is that there's whole areas that are blank and they're uncharted. You've got gaps here and gaps in here. There's no data here. This is blank.
To stand any chance of finding remains,
We had to plan for total data capture to map the seabed.
I had known about this story for decades. The disaster of 1871 was one of the things that basically ended Yankee whaling in the early 20th century, because it was such a devastating loss. What was still there, if anything was still there, was a question that needed to be answered. I was the mission coordinator. Once we got there, it was deeply personal. We were going out, we were going to essentially develop a map of the seabed between Point Franklin and Wainwright. I remember sitting on the afterdeck of the vessel we were on and thinking to myself, you know, this is the same place where the whalers tucked in. They were here, and now we're here. And that was a very powerful experience for me.
One of the first things we did was to scan using sonar. With sonar, you're basically bouncing sound waves off the seabed and building a picture from the returning signal.
What you're looking for are straight lines, which are rare in nature.
What's it look like on the screen?
Suddenly you see these straight lines and then more horizontal figures, like blocks, and it's like, that looks interesting. That could be a piece of a shipwreck.
The sonar picked up 6 features that appeared to be man-made.
But the sonar can be a bit misleading. Is it a provocatively shaped group of rocks, or is that the outline of a hull? That's when you need to put eyes on it. diving was not an option. You're literally in water that's just above freezing. You get into that water and it hurts.
To avoid diving, we created a drop camera system that could be lowered to the seabed. We started to drag the drop camera around, try to get better view of what was there.
See that? What is that?
Suddenly, this structure appeared. It was a mass of heavy wood.
You could see sections of the hull that were there, indicating some of that structure had survived. You had the broken ends of the ribs of the frames that had been gnawed by the ice. But it's covered in marine growth. You had some stone ballast as well that helped stabilize that ship when it was afloat. You go, okay, we've got a shipwreck.
Pieces of copper sheathing were visible on sections of planking next to the 70-foot-long hull. It was clear evidence that what we were looking at
Was a vessel that had at least been built in the 19th century.
We now knew a shipwreck could survive underwater on the North Alaskan coast. But were these the remains of a whaling ship? We needed more than just an empty hull. So we turned our attention to another of the most promising of the 6 sites, 10 miles up the coast.
What we saw on the bottom were basically large timbers that were ribs of a vessel. And then we really saw the cool stuff.
You're seeing clear structure that had survived being in the ice, and with that, artifacts scattered around it.
What this wreck showed us that the other didn't was the actual ship's hardware.
You begin to see things like an anchor. And then another feature which shows up, which is a metal bar, 2 bars that come around into a loop.
Right beside there was a piece of iron shaped like a corner bracket, a couple of feet long. The question was, did we have enough in those wrecks to prove that these were the remains of the largest wrecking event in the history of American whaling? To try to make sense of what we were seeing on the seabed, we decided to study the last 19th century whaling ship still in existence.
This loop of iron is very similar to what we saw in that wreckage.
They're called chain plates. This is all part of the standing rigging that supports the mast. This is something that speaks directly to the fact that we've got a 19th century ship lying in pieces.
That metal bar with the loop was a clear indicator that our wrecks were of the right period. But did any of these artifacts prove that these were whalers?
This is a smoking gun.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if they would only be on vessels that had tri-works installations.
Yeah.
That explained the bracket-shaped piece of iron that we found in our survey.
The tri-works is the big furnace with its huge pots for taking whale fat and making it whale oil.
They were held in place with iron brackets called knees.
That's bolted in place, and that's bolted down to the deck. They go out to sea, they get onto the whaling grounds, out come the big pots, out come the bricks. They lay all the bricks, they make this big tri-works, and then they start whaling.
Seeing the chain plate and the iron knees at Mystic Seaport confirmed
We had 19th century vessels. And we had a 19th century vessel that clearly had been used as a whaler.
With this evidence and these clues, the wrecks, the artifacts that Randy had found on the beach, everything was consistent with 19th century whaling vessels. There's no doubt, in my mind, that we had finally found the submerged remains of the greatest disaster in the history of American whaling.
The common sense assumption would be that the Arctic eats ships and leaves very little. No. Things have been preserved despite the violence of the disaster and the intervening century and a half of ongoing storms and ice. Things survive just as powerfully as human stories survive. The 1871 whaling disaster was a major blow to the industry.
The loss made news around the world, but we still had one final question. How did everyone actually escape? The ice was in, and it wasn't going anywhere. Their ships were caught. The reports say that the crews managed to make their way to another group of whaling ships 90 miles away. In the ice-locked Arctic in poor weather, that's a very hazardous trek.
When we looked again at our mapping data, we found an important clue.
Where we did the seabed mapping close enough to the shoreline, we did see evidence of the raised feature that runs parallel to the shoreline.
The sonar clearly shows this sandbar or reef offshore.
It was maybe 5 feet below the surface of the water. We wondered, did that sandbar play a role in the escape? We went through all the evidence we could find. If you look at the pictures based on first-person accounts, there are pictures of the shore, open water, ice pounded up, and then the vessels stuck in the ice.
Looking at everything, it all became very clear.
The ships are offshore. And as the ice comes in, many of them are caught.
As the ships are racing to get south, they're encountering more and more ice. They're stuck. And as the days pass,
fangs of ice begin to pierce hulls. Water floods in. Pressure begins to crack and break frames. But that sandbar stops the ice. It leaves a gap between the sandbar and the beach. It's an open channel of water. And that's the escape route. That sandbar literally, I think, helped save lives.
the ships themselves are trapped and some are crushed, but they still have their little whaleboats.
They get into those boats and row to where ships that have not been caught in the ice are waiting for them, and now packed in large numbers, they all get to go home.
The weather was awful, the ice was bad, and it's an incredible story of human endurance.
1,200 more people walked out of this, but this was the beginning of the end for an industry that had dominated the American economy for centuries. Whether you're searching for fur, whether you're searching for fish, whether you're searching for whale oil, this is a dangerous place to sail.
In the 150 years since the U.S. purchased the territory, people have taken huge risks to pursue its abundant natural resources. It's a land of ice and extremes, but people keep coming. And just when Alaska looks too challenging, it offers up a new irresistible temptation.
I remember watching clips of the John Gotti trial on television.
Gotti, the alleged godfather, intimidating witnesses, running the nation's largest organized crime family.
And you realize, wait, this mob thing is real. That's a real guy. That is the moment that I decided I want to find out more. This thing called organized crime. What is it? How did it originate? And how did these guys actually make money? The problem is the mob hates evidence. but there's some things they just can't do away with. So now we're finding what they tried to hide.
Why was there a truck at the bottom of the river? It was something that definitely should not have been there.
This ship went down fully loaded with cases of whiskey. What happened to the men who were on board?
It was not an accident. It didn't sink by an act of God.
He turned an American metropolis into a bullet-scarred battleground.
These underwater discoveries have clear ties to organized crime. The ultimate question, where did it all start? How did a bunch of otherwise ragtag hoodlums become a national organized criminal syndicate? How did they become the mob?
I've been scuba diving for over 40 years, and it's the shipwrecks and the stories they have which have fascinated me the most. They're exciting, they're historic. They are time capsules on the seafloor. And of all the ones I dived, one really stuck with me. It led me on a journey into the heart of the mob. Late 1990s, a good friend of mine who's a boat captain like me, he told me about a strange sight he'd heard about far offshore. So we decided to give this wreck a shot. It was a treat to dive something that we suspected nobody ever had been to before. So we're excited. As you get further and further down, the sunlight just doesn't penetrate. First thing we see is what looks like the top of an engine. We were excited, and as we looked around, we saw wooden walls, which indicated an old shipwreck. And I started to see numbers of bottles, the necks just popping up out of the sand. It wasn't until we went up to the surface that we determined they were full of whiskey. We looked at each other and said, wow, this is really cool. I drew a sketch of what we saw on the bottom. I think intrinsically I knew it was valuable. It had the structure of an old single-piston steam engine. It had a really thick propeller shaft and a big propeller blade. This machinery was more powerful than was needed for a boat this size. So we looked at each other and said, could this be a tugboat? That would explain the size of the engine. Tugboats under normal trade would have been towing ships, towing barges. They're the workboats that bring ships in and out of New York City every day. Why would a tugboat be carrying cases and cases of whiskey 25 miles offshore? For many years, I puzzled over my find, although I never really got the opportunity to investigate it further. Nowadays, I teach marine archaeology at Stockton University. And it allowed me to have access to University Boat, which has the necessary technology to scan a shipwreck to identify what that shipwreck could have been.
I'm a diver myself, and part of my work involves mapping shipwrecks, so any new shipwreck to me is an exciting new adventure.
The first step was to scan the seafloor to find evidence of whether the boat really was a tug. We had one shot to do this, given the cost. $1,500 in fuel to get there.
I always love a good challenge.
Everybody was excited when we got to the site and we started to deploy the equipment to actually map the wreck.
First, we have to find it.
Anything? Where'd the wreck go?
There's nothing there.
There's nothing there right now.
We did not find it right away, so we expanded our search area, and we did about a kilometer in both directions.
Let me know when you want me to end this line.
And after an hour, we still didn't have the wreck. And now everybody was getting nervous. Where'd it go?
Are you sure these are the right numbers?
I said, yeah, I mean, I know I've been there.
There's nothing. I don't even see a seashell.
It was like I was hit in the face with a pie. Where would a wreck go? How would it disappear?
So what are we gonna do?
I understand the ocean giveth and taketh away, so it probably covered the shipwreck over with currents and sand. My greatest fear was, now I'm never gonna know what this shipwreck was. And then I remembered the story of a sunken tugboat named the Lizzy D. The Lizzy D was found in 1977 by a couple of dive boat captains. It was fully intact, upright on the bottom. Cases and cases of whiskey bottles came off of it at the time. Were these two connected? It would be a long shot. The wreck site was 19 miles to the northwest, but scanning this known tugboat might provide me with the clues to help identify my missing wreck.
So we took a shot and we decided we would head up to the Lizzy D.
Wow, that's a nice picture.
After 4 or 5 passes, we had collected enough data to give a pretty full sonar image of the Lizzy D. And it revealed some really exciting details.
The sides themselves are gone, but the ribs of the boat, those are sticking up. There's a large section of boiler that's intact.
The boiler was where the water would be pumped through and heated with coal to make steam to run the engine. The engine was behind it. Behind the engine was the propeller shaft, and then the propeller.
One of the key things that we saw on the stern was a large tow bit. This is where you attach the tow line to haul a bigger ship. It does confirm that this is a tugboat.
Then I compared my sketch to the evidence from this scan. I saw all the machinery parts in the same alignment as the boat we dove in the late 1990s. It had all the parts in the same general construction. And the similarities convinced me. My missing wreck was a tugboat. And there was more. Both of them sank upright on the bottom. That tells us that they sank in a way consistent with a ship that would take on too much water and was too heavy to stay afloat. Tugboats usually operated around harbors. But loaded down with heavy cargo in open seas, they'd have been pretty vulnerable to bad weather. I needed information about tugboats lost at sea and headed for the Maritime Archives in New York City. I came across a book that shows the transcript of a letter from one Agnes McCardle to the Assistant District Attorney for the United States in New York, complaining about her missing brother who was on a ship owned by a captain who had a poor record of maintaining his ships. his ship seems to have disappeared. This captain also had another ship that sank 2 years earlier. It turned out to be the Lizzy D. I was really struck by McCardle's words in the letter. On or about November 16th, the rum runner tug William P. Maloney was lost with a cargo of liquor under 12 men. We have reason to believe we had a brother on board. I thought, wow, did I finally have a name for my missing shipwreck? You had a captain who owned tugboats. You had tugboats similar construction, both operating in the same area, a couple of years apart. So given the circumstances, and especially having this smoking gun of a letter from Agnes McCardle, we're almost certain the wreck that we dove many years ago was the William P. Maloney. Rum running meant smuggling illegal alcohol, and it was a pretty common term in New Jersey. This was very early in the Prohibition era, those years from 1920 to 1933 when alcohol was illegal in America. I'd found a Prohibition-era rum runner, and it made sense that smugglers were using tugboats. Who's going to notice two tugboats coming in and out of the city? I should have been excited. After so many years, I'd finally identified my mystery shipwreck. But instead, I was really haunted by Agnes's words. The families of the men are in want. Please give your attention and save this sorrow. These guys died trying to protect illegal alcohol, knowing that there was nobody coming to save them. They just drowned and nobody knew where they were. The big question is, who paid these guys? Who are the men behind the scenes?
How did I first get into mob history? Well, that's easy. That started with growing up in the household of an undercover narcotics cop. We'd play cops and robbers with the other neighborhood kids, except we literally had fingerprint sheets and search warrants to fill out that Dad would give us to play around with. That just took it to a whole other level. Anything that is unusual or steeped in mystery seemed to draw me in. What's exciting about finding a shipwreck that is probably a rum runner? Well, for an organized crime researcher, this is great. This is physical evidence pointing to an otherwise mythological period in American history called Prohibition. My first question, where were they heading?
These boats were leaving New York Harbor, and the orientation of the wrecks and their position indicate that they were making their way offshore to turn south, and we think to head to the next biggest place for Prohibition, Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Research showed me bootleggers were bringing liquor into the most prime locations they could find, one of which was Atlantic City. Why? It's an island. What was Atlantic City during the Prohibition period? Sex, booze, debauchery. Atlantic City was a place where the general laws of vice didn't really apply.
So were these ships part of a larger smuggling ring? In researching through Coast Guard records, I found the link between these missing tugboats to something called the Bill Dwyer Syndicate. What was that? And who was Bill Dwyer? Steve. Christian, nice to meet you. Thanks for coming.
So, Steve, what I found, this is one of the articles from 1926 relating to a giant indictment on a rum running ring. At the head of this ring, allegedly, was Big Bill Dwyer, Irish-American entrepreneur. This ring was directly connected to some up-and-coming mobsters. I'm going to show you who Big Bill Dwyer had some relation and funding to. That's Lucky Luciano, creator of the infamous 5 Families of New York.
Unbelievable.
The 5 mafia families of New York control organized crime in America even to this day. Lucky Luciano named the oldest after himself, now known as the Genovese family. Prohibition and bootlegging was probably the real Kickstarter of what we now call the mob.
With Christian's information, we now link our tugboats to Lucky Luciano. And think about the enormity of that. We now have the people behind the scenes who pulled the strings, who were responsible, who got away with it. It kind of makes you mad, but at the same time, their look at it is we're providing the need that everybody tells us they wanted. It's just the government made it illegal through prohibition.
Shipwrecked rum running boats are just another piece of proof that the bootlegging industry had a lot of risk and a lot of reward. But was the risk worth it? During the mid-1920s, the risks of offshore rum running greatly increased. The Coast Guard was too involved. There were too many hijackings from other gangsters. Rum runners, like any businessman, want to look for not working hard, but working smart. That raises the question, where else could they bring booze in from? So they started to look at inland options. That led me to look at other cities, in particular, Detroit. And another underwater clue that explains the rise of the mob.
I've lived in this area my entire life, right on the United States border, just a half a mile across the river from Detroit. I've been a scuba diver and a diving instructor for over 25 years. I was a broke university student, and it was the only place I could dive. Because of wind and waves, the visibility is very limited, so usually less than 5 feet and sometimes as little as 1 foot of visibility. So when you can only see this far in front of your face, it's going to limit the people who are actually going to want to do that dive. There is a very strong current in the river, and it can really drag you down the river quickly. Yeah, it's an extremely dangerous environment, to say the least. I found that every single dive was an adventure. You could find bottles and cars and boats and shipwrecks and guns, and it just hooked me, and I've continued to do it till this day. I was speaking with a local diver. He said he had found a vehicle that was upside down, laying in the middle of the Detroit River, and it was something that definitely should not have been there. Since this was not something that was well known, I wanted to follow up and see it for myself. Now remember, with only a foot of visibility in the river, it's easier said than done. I do a search pattern, so you just do a zigzag on the bottom of the water, just going back and forth, and just seeing what you can find. I actually saw coming out of the gloom wooden spokes for a vehicle. That told me this vehicle was very early. At that point, I did not know anything more about the history of it. I didn't know what kind of vehicle it was, but I really wanted to try and find out. I dove a couple of more times, and I used my underwater video camera with a high-powered light to really document and get this evidence together, just so I could try to build a model of what I was seeing underwater. And what I saw was amazing. The vehicle was upside down. It was buried in the sediment, so all I could really see was the bottom part of the wheels. I could see the engine poking out, but I really couldn't see anything more of the top side of the vehicle. There was a wooden floorboard and there was a truck bed. So very quickly, I determined that this was not a car at all. It was actually a truck. Lying close to the back was a heavy chain. We also saw a crank handle on the front of the vehicle. You would actually have to crank that motor to get it started. So the truck was old enough not to have an electric starter motor. But what kind of truck was it? I visited a local museum that specializes in older vehicles to compare our video and photo evidence against some of the vehicles they had there. There was a Model T truck dating from the early part of the century. The way that the leaf spring was underneath the axle was very distinctive. The leaf spring goes from side to side. I looked at the front axle and wheel assembly along with the leaf spring, and it matched exactly what I had seen at the bottom of the river. I was very excited when I found out it was a Model T truck, because knowing when the Model T was manufactured, around 1910 to late 1920s, it lined up perfectly with a vehicle that would have been used during Prohibition. So what was a Prohibition-era truck doing upside down at the bottom of the river? The vehicle is in a very distinctive location because it is very close to the Hiram Walker Distillery. They've been producing Canadian Club whiskey and other brands for 150 years. Many people were buying whiskey in Canada and bringing it to the United States. It's less than half a mile to the US border from here. And during Prohibition, the Hiram Walker Distillery really became a focal point. So now I wondered, was my sunken truck linked to what was happening there at the time?
I grew up in Windsor, and as a boy, I heard stories about Prohibition, and the stories were in my own family. My saintly mother was also involved in it in a small way. My mother was what was called a spotter, sitting in a window, waiting for the police to arrive. If you were in Detroit and looking across the river, you actually saw a huge, big neon sign, Canadian Club.
It's almost like they were making fun of the Americans that, hey, we're producing it, it's right here, and there's really not a whole lot you're gonna do about it.
I mean, this is annoying as hell. I've been researching Prohibition for years, and I once spoke to an old Canadian customs inspector from that era. He would stand there at the export dock, and he would look at this guy's paper, and it would say that these 25 cases of liquor from Hiram Walker would be going to Venezuela, and this guy would be sitting in an open boat. There's no way that this boat could go all the way down to South America. There's no way. I mean, it was ridiculous, it was stupid. He would watch this guy cross the Detroit River right over to Detroit, and he would be back an hour later with another boatload, this time going to Cuba.
These boats would have passed right by the location of my truck. So now I wondered what the smugglers did in the winter. When the seasons are colder, we definitely get the Detroit River freezing over for a certain period of time.
What they would do is they would have a car pulling a boat, and the whiskey would go into the boat. These crates would go into the boat, and they would, and the boats had skis underneath them. You can see the boat and the little skids below it. The night was lit up with these people driving these cars across the ice.
Now I had an explanation for the chain I found in the river. It would have been used for towing a boat.
The Detroit River was really a highway during the Prohibition. 4/5 of all the liquor that went from Canada into the United States went through this region right here. This was the place in North America where the liquor traffic was largest.
Detroit is a logistically and geographically interesting place for organized crime to operate. It's so easy to cross the border here. And who was running Detroit? Well, it's a group called the Purple Gang. The most vicious group of predominantly Jewish gangsters in the Midwest in the 1920s. The smuggling that went on here interested other leading mobsters. New York's Lucky Luciano looked for easy ways to bring booze into the country. What Luciano and his allies believed is that the main goal is to make money. Less fighting, more capital gain. Does he want a war with the baddest guys in the Midwest? Or does he want to make an alliance? They made an alliance. So where is this booze going? Probably to every speakeasy in the Midwest, down Buffalo, New York, to New Jersey and beyond. And the trucks like Matt found were just a small part of this national supply chain.
So this might give you a clue as to what happened to your vehicle.
That is an amazing picture. You can see all the barrels sitting there behind the vehicle as well. That is just a great picture. I believe that this vehicle tried to cross the ice and ended up falling through.
So many trucks and so many cars were crossing the river, and there were so many stories of them literally crashing through the ice because the ice was thinning.
It must have been terrifying. You can imagine being out in the dark, in the cold, on the ice, and suddenly you are submerged in water. It just would have been a terrifying situation.
The repercussions of that happening are nothing to an empire that's growing into a national organization. One vehicle, one driver sunk to the bottom with one load of liquor, it's almost inconsequential at this point. The mob had figured out how to use the Great Lakes region between the US and Canada to import booze on an industrial scale. The next piece of the puzzle was understanding how they sold it without getting caught.
I used to be a special agent with the United States Secret Service for 10 years. I worked at the White House, and before that, I was stationed right here in Chicago. Being a federal law enforcement officer in Chicago, the first thing you think of is the mob. I do know a lot about the criminal world, the underworld, and the characters that operate in that dark world. One of my most fascinating investigations started with just a name. I went out on a day off and I wanted to dive on a shipwreck. A dive boat captain mentioned Rotarian, a shipwreck he knew about 10 miles offshore in Lake Michigan. And there was some sort of mysterious slash shady slash criminal undertone to this vessel. And that's all I was told. And I don't like that.
Eric picks up the phone and says, hey, I got something, are you in or out? So, of course, you say yes. The thing about the Rotarian story that really grabbed me was all the mystery. A lot of the stuff that we dived was sunk in a storm or caught fire. This was something a little more nefarious that added a little more intrigue for me.
The water was very, very hazy from the surface. And right around 54 feet, the visibility opened up. We know at that point that we had a wooden vessel. One of the most surprising things that we found were piles of bottles hidden under the decking and hidden under boards.
They were literally in the bilge of the ship and very obviously slid under boards.
The bilge is simply to collect excess water, and it's at the lowest point of the ship, so why would anybody place anything in a bilge? And the answer is you wouldn't.
They had been hidden. What was going on here? What was this ship?
As a wreck diver, you're only looking at a small or segmented portion of the wreck, so you don't get the whole perspective. So once we got back aboard the vessel, the first thing that we did was we prepped the ROV and we put it in the water, and Ross piloted it over Rotarian.
Ben! So our ROV has got a 1,000-foot depth range. We can document the wreck in its entirety.
What Ross wanted to do with all the footage that he had was to piece together tens of thousands of photographs into one image.
We can recreate that in 3D space, and we can look at the entire wreck at one time.
We were pretty shocked by what we saw. Usually if a shipwreck goes down, there's going to be some semblance of a ship there. But all that was on Rotarian was basically the remnants of the shell that broke apart. From the keel, it was basically filleted open. The machinery is missing, which is very strange.
We did see something interesting, though. We have a firebox. We have the mount for a walking beam engine. This was an engine typically used to drive a side wheel paddle steamer. So together with the wreck size, shape, pretty confident we have a paddle steamer.
I searched archives for paddle steamers called Rotarian, and there was really an absence of documents. But I did come across some photographs dating from the early 1920s. And it was a passenger ship that took people on pleasure cruises in Lake Erie and in the upper lakes.
Looking for clues on the wreck is difficult. There's just so little left. More interesting is what we don't have. There's no wheelhouse, there's no upper deck structure at all. The Great Lakes are freshwater, and there's nothing in the water that eats wood compared to the ocean. This wasn't stuff that deteriorated in the lake. So something else happened to this before it ended up here. So we find all this stuff. Now it's time for Eric to go to work.
I went to the Chicago Public Library and started digging into their archives and old newspapers from over 100 years ago. Going through racks and racks and rolls of microfilm. The first article that I was able to discover was written in August of 1929 in the Prohibition era. And in that article, there was a picture inside Rotarian. And the headline was taxi dancing. Taxi dancing was a way for gentlemen to go to this ship and pay females to dance with. Whatever happens after that is left to the imagination. And there was another revelation. Rotarian was owned by the Cook County Democratic Party. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
What is the Democratic Party doing owning a vessel with taxi dancing going on during Prohibition?
Here's a boat that was basically a floating brothel, gambling hall, bar. How does that even happen? In one of the articles, I noticed that it had been moored next to the private yacht of the mayor of Chicago, William Big Bill Thompson. It was an open secret that the mayor was in league with the most powerful mobster in Chicago. It seems like Al Capone's main political ally or puppet was Mayor Thompson. The only way to make things happen was to have political strings pulled. The underworld can't operate without the upper world cooperating. And in the Rotarians' case, the politicians kept the heat off Capone's operations and in exchange got their illegal party boat.
So the next mystery of it was, how did the Rotarian end up at the bottom of Lake Michigan? Again, there's something shady going on. The full story of the Rotarian hasn't been told yet. The fact Rotarian was a floating speakeasy explains the bottles hidden on the wreck, but not why so much of the ship was missing. Dive deeper into the archives, and we discovered another picture of Rotarian half sunk in the Chicago River, right where it had been moored. In the article, they stated that there was a fire in the pilot house or the wheelhouse. And when asked why it started, the police officer who was watching Rotarian stated it was a ghost. Right, well, the first thing is, right, ghosts don't start fires. So what happened?
There's a clue in the newspaper article dates 1929 to 1930. It's not difficult to pick out the perhaps most prominent, brazen, violent act of the mob's history in the 1920s. And that was the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, which took place in Chicago in 1929. 7 people murdered in a warehouse. It was a battle over booze. Allegedly, there was a booze shipment that got hijacked or went missing. Who was the prime culprit suspected of arranging this murder? Al Capone. The massacre triggered a crackdown from the federal government. It got so bad that Lucky Luciano called a mob summit meeting in Atlantic City. what Al's friends and colleagues told him, Al, we got to get the heat off of us. Why don't you take a lesser rap somewhere else, spend maybe a year in prison, let the press and the police kind of die down with their interest in the St. Valentine's Day massacre. And that's basically what he did.
Capone's not around. There's no more police protection. They can't do the illegal activities they wanted to in broad daylight anymore. Somebody purposely set Rotarian on fire because they didn't want the evidence of the mob being discovered. It was an eyesore for not only the city of Chicago, but for the new mayor who vowed to clean up the city and all of the mob post-Capone. So the hulk that remained of Rotarian was completely stripped of all the machinery, and any of the charred remains that were there were removed.
The bottles under the floorboards, I don't think they'd even know to look for at the time.
The city decided that they were going to tow out the vessel into the middle of Lake Michigan and sink the vessel, where Ross and I dived on it.
Just 1 month after the Rotarian's final sinking, Al Capone gets jailed for tax evasion.
He was a coke addict, and he was very violent, and he was a bad guy.
In 1933, Prohibition ends. You might think that was a problem for the mob, but it wasn't. The mob used Prohibition as a giant stepping stone. It was almost like an education. It was school. It taught them how to make the money, like the rum runners in New Jersey. How to get things into the country that aren't supposed to be here, like at Windsor, Detroit. And it taught them how to corrupt politicians, as with the Rotarian. Most of all, Prohibition taught them how to work with each other because it was all about the green. So they took the money they made, millions, and they simply transitioned. Like any corporation, they transitioned to what supply and demand is dictating. By then, it was narcotics. Prohibition's legacy is what we know as the American mob today.
Since I was a kid, I've heard about a lost shipwreck off the coast. There are stories about the pirates or a battle that went on. There's definitely something out there.
People have been finding beeswax and porcelain for hundreds of years.
These blocks of beeswax had these strange symbols carved into them. And there was so much being found that it's called the Beeswax wreck.
As soon as they started describing the beeswax, I said, wait, this is the Goonies shipwreck. That movie was huge.
Oh, whoa, look at that.
It almost looks like a
Maybe
Lannister.
it does. Our objective here is to find a beeswax shipwreck.
This is finding a needle in a haystack of haystacks.
There's more to the story here. Some people thought it was a Japanese junk. Other people thought it was a Spanish galleon. What was the ship? When did it sink? And where did it come from?
Just looking at all the wood out here. That piece caught my eye from over there just because it's off color, but
Sometimes upon further examination, it's just plain driftwood, which the majority of it is.
When I go down and walk on the beach in the mornings, is the getaway moment, you know. I find stuff every time, whether I'm looking or not. I can't help but find stuff, or it finds me, it feels like sometimes. I found a piece of beeswax, a few pieces of porcelain, piece after piece after piece.
It's like part of a bowl.
Generations and generations of stuff has been washing up on the beach. And that's where I got introduced to the treasure and the beeswax wreck. This is just some of my stuff I've collected for a lot of years. Pieces of porcelain that I found on the beach from the shipwreck. Those ones have writing on them. There were strange, weird stories from the local natives about men from other nations being washed ashore. There's a couple of like pirate theories, you know, that just pirates showed up to bury a treasure and left. I think that it's very possible there should still be some stuff hidden. I believe that the pirates would misdirect where they hide stuff and not necessarily, you know, leave it easy for somebody else to find stuff. It just had me dreaming. I mean, like literally like dreaming to find it, and I almost kind of set up a goal to. I was like, I want to answer that question.
The northern Oregon coast was where little enclaves of Tillamook and Clatsop people gravitated towards. There are stories that were handed down through the generations of the origins of the beeswax. There's a story at one time that there were two ships that appeared offshore and that they had a cannon battle back and forth, and that one of the ships sank. Some of the stories say that a big ship came ashore and foreign people dug a big hole and threw the chest in there. Pirate booty is basically what it was. Some of it was speculation, some of it was very folklorized.
They instilled in all of us the story of the Beeswax shipwreck, the story of the treasure, the story of our people going out to the beaches and befriending any European survivors and making use of whatever floated in. I, with my cousin, would go down to Neoconi Mountain. We heard about the pirates that buried a trunk down in there. We would look at low tide in the rocks to see if we could see a trunk or a chest. I get chills thinking about going down to the edge of that cliff. You do strange things when you're 19.
Being as interested in all this as I was, I one day noticed at the grocery store a paper with an article about a group of archaeologists that were going to come out here and start doing a little research on the beeswax wreck.
Craig is so interested and so excited and so determined by this wreck. He'd been looking for the wreck since he was, I think, a teenager, maybe since he was a small kid.
Here's a board that I found on the beach.
And so there's been a couple of times where, you know, I just kind of roll my eyes and like, Craig, you know, that couldn't have happened.
Yeah, that was something I was wanting to show Scott here.
Or that's crazy talk, Craig.
You never know what it could end up telling you in the long run, so yeah.
So this ship has been called the Beeswax wreck for about 200 years. And the reason for that is the first settlers in Oregon, the local Native Americans brought them beeswax to trade, and they brought them beeswax in big blocks. And those first settlers knew there was no honeybees in Oregon. So they asked the Indians, well, where are you getting this stuff? And they said a big ship wrecked many years ago on this beach.
And then one day I found something trapped and pinched in the rocks down underneath the sand.
Oh man, this is totally a huge beam from the ship.
and it goes way back into that tide pool. I put my hand on it, and I was like, that's interesting. I knew what it was. It was from a shipwreck, and I had this feeling. It had to do with the beeswax wreck. I took a video, I danced up and down, because I was that sure I found it, what I've been looking for, or at least something, maybe that smoking gun piece. I went home just tickled pink. So I called up Scott and I said, hey, what's going on? This is like exciting. Like, this is what I was hoping sooner or later would happen.
Craig is one of those people who gets very excited. So when he found these timbers, he was like, hey, I think these are from the wreck. And my initial response was, Craig, you think everything's from the wreck. And when Craig told me he had found them in a cave exposed at low tide, I told him that, you know, Craig, there's no way wood would preserve for hundreds of years. So at that point, I told him, honestly, that he was crazy.
I kind of just almost hassled him over it, you know. I'd call him up, you know, I found this. I'd call him up, I'd vent about this.
I don't know if he was texting me every week, but it was certainly every month, saying, Scott, you really got to come down here. I really think these are from the beeswax wreck.
I knew what it was, and it was just like, I'm gonna convince him. Made it out to the cave with the ship beam today. Found 5 other pieces of wood.
And so finally, and honestly, just to almost get him to leave me alone, I said, okay, Craig, grab a couple of little pieces and send them to me, and I will get them identified as to the kind of wood species.
So I went out and I cut a slab big enough off of a beam that was out there, and I sent it to him.
I sent them off to a laboratory to get identified. They were tropical hardwood. This is not the type of wood you find growing anywhere in North America, so the chances are it did come from some sort of shipwreck. I was kind of like, oh, you know, this is interesting. I think the next conversation I had with Craig was, oh my gosh, Craig, I'm sorry. You can now tell me I told you so for the rest of your life. So we started making plans for getting a crew to go out with Craig. Could it be that there was more of the shipwreck offshore?
They gave me a call and said, Art, we'd like to get you involved searching for the beeswax shipwreck.
It immediately clicked for me, and I said, wait, this is the Goonies shipwreck. And they said, yeah, it kind of is. And so that, you know, just immediately set a spark for me. The movie The Goonies was a story about kind of a misfit group of nerds, you know, geeks searching for a mystery shipwreck.
Of this very coast near Astoria in Oregon.
And I guess I sort of saw myself in those characters. I think many of us did. The ocean does not reveal its secrets easily. And you really do have to bring a team of diverse experts with different skills together, like archaeologists and beachcombers. And I thought if we could get a break in the weather, if we could get some luck in the condition of the seabed, that we can find and discover what may likely have happened with the beeswax wreck.
Let's go play with some robots in the ocean, shall we?
Nothing gets an archaeologist excited like a potential shipwreck.
Our mission is stewardship. When we have these kinds of far-flung discoveries, which, by the way, doesn't happen very often.
We've known that there's something out there for a long time, and certainly our tribal community members have been telling those stories for hundreds of years as well.
Beeswax blocks and porcelain have continued to wash up along a 7-mile stretch of Manzanita Beach between Neahkani Mountain and the Nehalem River. So our plan was simple: to look for targets just off the coast using our multi-beam sonar, and then use the latest underwater technology to inspect anything that looked promising.
On our first day, we got a 5 a.m. start on the boat. We know that there's a very typical pattern this time of year. Calm conditions in the morning, then the land heats up, it draws in the sea breeze, and the waves and everything kick up. And so we need to start scanning as soon as we can.
It's a really, really tricky environment on our coast here. We have storms in randomly anytime.
We immediately put all our equipment together and we start doing our wide area surveys.
So we're going to try to completely map this whole area so we can reveal the underwater terrain, every nook and cranny. here. Oh, okay. We'll start from as far inside as we can get, and then we'll work our way offshore.
I could see vast areas that clearly indicated smooth sand areas, and that was really helpful. That allowed us to eliminate big portions of areas.
It's like 5 meters.
Yeah, I know. I think it's a depression with the sand.
Sadly, there was nothing I could put my finger on as we were doing that initial scan that really set off, flags for me to say there's an obvious wreck there.
As well as the timbers Craig found, one of the most intriguing clues were the strange blocks of beeswax that have been washing up along this coastline for over a century.
So here are examples of beeswax blocks that have been found over the years by beachcombers and turned into the museum. Smells like beeswax. At times, so much beeswax was washing up on shore that it made it into the local newspapers. So right now I'm looking at the 1891 edition of the Daily Morning Astorian. And there's an article here of over a ton of wax lately dug from the ground near Nehalem. This is 1909. This little article is a great one because it says that the substance found is not beeswax, but ozokerite is generally admitted, which to me is interesting because this is an Astorian newspaper where there were blocks of beeswax on display, and yet they're still saying, no, it couldn't be beeswax. There's just no way a ship would have wrecked carrying that much stuff. So the most scientific explanation is it's mineral wax. These so-called experts are really totally ignoring what the locals were telling them, that they found it in molded blocks, they found it in candles, and totally ignoring the Indian oral histories. In 2010, a lab analysis of a beeswax sample using a mass spectrometer revealed its molecular makeup. It confirmed the sample was beeswax. And not just that, bees leave local pollen in their wax, making every region's beeswax distinctive. Remarkably, our test found pollen from Southeast Asia. So, did the ship that brought the wax come from Asia as well?
Our multi-beam scanning drew a blank. We're pretty sure the ship wrecked in this bay. So what has happened to it? Could it have moved or been broken up on the rocky coastline over the years? In order to gather clues on how the area's weather and currents impact shipwrecks, we headed for a known wreck nearby, a 110-foot-long steel barge that sank in 1983.
Time to get the robots in the water.
Our autonomous underwater vehicle has sonar that allows us to progressively explore further and in greater detail. It's the difference between sort of seeing the Grand Canyon from a plane versus actually walking down on the trails.
14.8 meters, altitude 3.23. That's exactly what we wanted it to be doing.
And then finally, the last little piece is to go in with a remotely operated vehicle.
Flash, we're on.
Basically, an underwater drone gives us a live feed of what's going on. It's not just sand. We're seeing rocks. We're seeing boulders. The underwater scene is complex. It's very non-homogeneous.
It's like we're in a sandstorm here. It's bringing with it little bits of kelp and algae and plankton. Whoa, there goes a big chunk of algae across. Well, you can tell how strong it is against it.
Yeah, I'm trying my best to get you like a smooth picture here. I'm sorry.
The environment here is more turbulent than we had realized.
It's just too turbid. Let's bring her up to the surface. Okay, we're coming up.
We couldn't see much optically under those conditions. And so we decided to head back in and start looking at the data. So I'm looking at all of our data that we've collected here. This is this barge. This steel barge has been exposed to forces for nearly 4 decades. It used to have a large crane attached, but today only the crane's cabin section is visible. We know the barge was scanned 12 years ago. And so now we have 2 sets of data, so we can see how it's changing over time. Here it is in 2010. That's exactly what a typical shipwreck looks like on the seabed. It's sitting proud. The deck looks pretty well intact, but how does that compare to our data from today? In the past decade, the steel ship's location has moved imperceptibly. It's basically stayed in the exact same spot. This has just been torn apart. All this deck is gone. We're now seeing the ribs. Even in the last 12 years, it's gone through incredible changes. It's just getting torn apart now. That really tells us about the processes here. This is what's happening to steel ships in 40 years. I mean, what would be left of a wooden ship after 300 years? The steel barge gave us valuable clues. Any wreck around here gets broken up quickly. So we had to shift our focus from looking for a fully intact beeswax wreck to the search for components and pieces. Just a few miles south, there's a spot where fishermen claim their nets are getting snagged. So we're headed there to see if at least part of the wreck might be there. First, we'll scan with the multi-beam sonar to get a wide area overview. Then we'll drop in with our ROV to get a closer inspection.
Certainly an area consistent with a lot of the history. Doesn't look super much like geology. It's the slope and characteristics of it are quite strange.
I've found a piece of beeswax in our crab pots there before.
We're following One-Eyed Willie's little breadcrumb trail, I guess, a little bit, but we're going in reverse.
It's a pretty good trail.
Well, this is great. We have a marked spot that could be the beeswax wreck. Let's go survey this.
Investigation into the beeswax blocks had shown that they originated in Southeast Asia. We wanted to study them closely for more clues. So this is one of the pieces of beeswax from the wreck. You can see there's this carved mark. They're not letters, they're almost mystical symbols. What could these symbols mean? We began to look up ships that were missing at sea for at least the last 200 years. And that led us to a totally unexpected clue from the Spanish Empire. In the archives, there are cargo manifests that are preserved. So you would have a list of like, this merchant shipped X many crates of porcelain or X many tons of beeswax, and it would show his mark for that merchant. And those marks match what's been found on the beeswax. That symbol. This one. Those were shipping symbols. And they made one thing very clear. The beeswax wreck was a Spanish ship. So it wasn't a pirate ship or a Chinese or Japanese junk, but a cargo ship. Spain was the main colonial power in the Americas for 2 centuries after Christopher Columbus reached the New World from Europe in 1492. But this wreck wasn't in the Atlantic, it was in the Pacific. To help understand what it was doing there, focus shifted from the beeswax to the porcelain that had also been washing on shore.
I grew up here in Portland. As a child, we all love Indiana Jones, but it was actually really in high school when I was able to take an anthropology class, and it really piqued my interest. And then in community college, I started taking archaeology classes. The coast is not forgiving to the artifacts that we're finding. They're often broken up, small chunks of what we would find. Even though we've got only fragments, they can really tell us where they were made, when, and even who for. The first thing you notice about these blue-colored designs is that they are Chinese. So why were Chinese porcelains being brought to Oregon? We found the sherds were from large plates and cups, matching the European desire for large meals and mugs of hot chocolate. This is likely a cup. We don't really know what the groove foot rim was meant to be or what the purpose of it is, but apparently it was a very big thing with the European market at the time. Using all this data together, we have come to a mean date of 1690. And what's intriguing is that it's 120 years before any Europeans arrived in Oregon.
That beach on that side, there's a lot of porcelain that seems to be right.
So basically what you're seeing is material like directly on the opposite side of where we currently are?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you've recovered some porcelain just north of here?
Lots of it.
Yeah. So, you know, you go here to there, it kind of lines up, you know.
This is an underwater environment known by local fishermen as a place where they've hung nets. And that's always a great indication of a place that could be parts of a shipwreck.
Are we clear? That's perfect. Okay.
We're looking at the data as it's being collected, and nothing was obviously sticking out.
I should have had more coffee this morning.
And suddenly we saw this one area where there was this linear feature. It looked almost like the spines of the back of a stegosaurus.
There's definitely something out here. We're starting to pick up already some linear features in an otherwise sandy environment, you know, that doesn't really look like rock. Oh, here already, yeah. Here we're starting to pick up a few more of those. Yeah, it is. 4 or 5 meters long, something like that. And another.
It's the same one, I think. Maybe that's the broken mast. Yeah. Oh, look, it's got a hollow shadow in the middle.
There's a whole notch out in this. This is really, yeah, you can probably see it in the, whoa. Look at that. Look at it up here in the point.
Man, look at the bow. You can see the stern. It almost looks like a bow and a stern.
Sometimes X marks the spot. Could that be the Beeswax?
It could be.
Now we know that the ship was Spanish, and we know it was wrecked around 1680 to 1700. But why was the ship here? The nearest Spanish settlements were over 1,000 miles away. A vital clue came from even further away, the Philippines. In April 1991, a dive team was exploring the waters outside Manila Bay. After weeks, they made an unprecedented discovery: a 17th century Spanish galleon. Over 160 feet down were the wooden remains of the ship's hull. The ship was 115 feet long and 28 feet wide. The wreck site was surrounded by cannons and hundreds of intact ceramic jars containing the packaged goods ready for sale. More than 34,000 archaeological objects were recovered from the wreck site. No one had ever found anything like this in the Pacific before. It was a Manila galleon, built only in the Philippines. This ship was called the San Diego. It was part of a massive new trade, bringing Asian goods to the Spanish colonies in Mexico and beyond. These galleons carried large crews. They were Spanish-run ships. They founded a colony in the Philippines, and they would use that colony to trade with the Chinese. The San Diego carried a similar cargo to the Beeswax wreck. Its 6,000-mile trip to Mexico passed just south of Oregon. The San Diego's cargo was from Asia, bound for Europe on a Spanish ship. It all fits the picture. If our hunch was right, the Beeswax wreck was a Manila galleon. But which one? We looked for more clues, then noticed something strange. Some of the porcelain was found inland, well above the high tide marks. How did that happen? Once our geologists came out and looked at our sketch maps of where material had been reported, he said the only way you could get shipwreck pieces there would be big tsunami. They are caused by underwater earthquakes that send surges of water up to 25 feet high. A tsunami did hit the Oregon coast in 1700. So we looked for galleons that sank before that date. And the records reveal a Manila galleon that was lost in 1693. All that evidence put together, the porcelain dates, the beeswax that was found, the geoarchaeology information about the tsunami, where artifacts have been found high above the reach of storm waves or high tides. So now we know the Beeswax wreck is the Santo Cristo de Burgos. But how big was the ship? And what did it look like?
The scans from Manzanita Beach produced good data from this area where fishermen had reported getting their nets snagged. It's what we thought might be a piece of the Beeswax wreck.
It fits so many of the historical accounts for the location. And here's our AUV photos.
The scans here show the entire area. The gray section in the middle shows the site in greater detail using a composite of our underwater photos.
It looked like a pointed boat in the previous lower resolution data, but here, it really looks more like a rock pile.
I thought it might be part of the wreck, but it's devastating to find out it's just a bunch of rocks.
Wow, this saved us a dive.
But there's something else on the scan that's intriguing.
We can see this beautiful ramp split between the rocks. It's as if somebody has dug a little channel. It slopes right up to the mouth of the cave. Anything coming into this bay that gets up over these rocks is just naturally gonna get funneled up to this sand chute right towards that cave, and it's like a loading ramp.
This is where Craig found his timbers, which is exactly where the geology and the current suggest pieces of the wreck could end up. So it looks like Craig was right all along. Those timbers he found are the smoking gun. If we can recover them and analyze them, we might be able to learn more about the ship itself.
The complications of recovering the timbers are that the caves are at the base of a cliff. The only way to get out there is to hike along the base of that cliff at low tide. So you have to time the tides to where you're walking out at the right time. You only have about 60 to 90 minutes to work on the site, and then you have to hike back. And at that point, we realized that we needed more help to do this. And so we started talking to an archaeology company called Search, and Jim Delgado is probably, one of the most noted maritime archaeologists in the US and probably the world.
I'm a West Coast raised kid. I saw my first shipwreck here years ago, sticking out of the sands, and one might say that was the beginning of a lifelong obsession. If this wreck is a scattered jigsaw puzzle and I don't have all the pieces, a nice diagnostic piece of the puzzle will go a long way towards working out whether any identifiable parts of the ship still exist. And any piece could tell us how big the ship was, or even what it looked like.
We are getting ready. The overland crew we're basically going to hike along this exposed cliff base here, so over all these boulders.
All right. Good luck. Be safe.
You're scrambling over boulders and slick rock faces. If you fall into one of those holes, you could either twist an ankle or break a leg. That's why we had the surf rescue team and the high angle rescue team standing by to help us.
Any swell that comes in out of nowhere is one concern. And they're called sneaker waves. And this very cove has been the site of sneaker waves and accidents. Biggest worry is being able to get everything out on time, and most importantly, actually, is doing that safely so that nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, we're trying to move right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wedged. What we're looking at here is a large wooden beam. It's been eroded and rounded on this end, but we can tell it was squared off. And this crack gets really narrow and tight. And I think this is what's held this beam here for the last maybe 300 years. That's why it hasn't washed away.
Radio report just came in. They're going to start pulling out the first of the timbers, and that begins with the biggest one that's wedged inside the sea cave.
Steve got out his pry bar and a couple of short links of 2x4 that he could put between the beam and the pry bar. Oh, Steve, that's perfect. We got it. We had brought out with us a bunch of life jackets. We wrapped those life jackets around the beam and then took those straps that we had used to lift the beam to secure the life jackets to the beam. Then came scrambling around trying to find the other pieces of wood. The next feeling I had was kind of a sense of urgency because the tides were starting to come in. There's a couple of pinch points on the trail back that if you don't get over them before the tide comes up, you can't get past them.
Does somebody have a flagging tape? We can start doing some of these smaller ones because we're gonna have the time against us.
Those three? This is three, yep.
So we've been on scene now for just under 3 hours.
Hey guys, we need to start going.
We're losing our window.
I'm running out of time here.
Well, that's not light. No, it's not. So definitely not driftwood. But you can see the pattern, right? Here, here. There's more of the pattern there. It could be more upper structure.
We finally had what we believed were pieces of the Santo Cristo, a ship lost over 300 years ago.
Let's see what we got.
They may not look like much, but with the help of experts like Jim Delgado, we're optimistic that we might be able to use these pieces to figure out more about the ship.
I think there's 13, maybe 14 total pieces. Not all of them may be cultural from the wreck, but we wanted to basically grab what we could and then sort it out here
Galleon wood, especially for Manila galleons, is rare. So every bit of wood that we can get tells us something about how these galleons were constructed. Could it be these pieces of wood? Tell us which part of the ship was washed ashore here. So we're going to be examining all those pieces of wood to try to figure out where in the ship they might have fit.
See the patterns there? Some of these you can almost get the sense of this being a bolt that was clenched.
Here's a piece that I can say comes right off of that ship, and here's where it fit in the ship. What else can it tell us about the galleon?
There's something harder in here that we'll probably want to shine a light in. Appears to be a rock. Sorry, guy. Have we got any water for him? This is a square hole.
Yeah.
It's eroded a bit around here, but yeah. Possibly what we're looking at here is where a bolt fastener came in. This one piece alone is sheer, magic.
Yeah.
The holes in the weight of the piece tell us that it likely came from low in the hull.
The more we look at it, the more you learn,
If we could figure out where this piece belonged in the hull of Santo Cristo de Burgos, then we could work out how big the hull was.
Let's make a digital copy we can share with the masses.
I love it. So our first step was to make a 3D virtual copy in forensic detail.
This gives us a chance to take this piece and virtually send it to experts everywhere and say, what do you think? Where do you think it fits?
Our investigation into the beam is telling us a lot about the full structure of the Santo Cristo. X-rays revealed iron residue inside the beam, which must have come from bolts that have rusted away. Okay, this is going to be great. I can't wait to see this. Comparing the timbers from the San Diego galleon in the Philippines with the ones we found in the cave reveal they are both tropical hardwood, the sort of wood that only grows in the Philippines. 3D scans allow us to pinpoint exactly where on the hull our timber fits. Comparing it to a similar timber on the San Diego tells us that the Santo Cristo de Burgos must have been a bigger ship. We can use that information to scale up the ship's structure. That gives a ship that was 130 feet long and 41 feet wide. Fully loaded, it weighed over 1,500 tons, carrying over twice the cargo of the San Diego. This was the container freight ship of its day, and it was part of a nearly forgotten global trade route. That is great. Look at that. They were doing something truly epic. They were taking cargo from Asia and shipping it to Mexico, and then overland by mule train and on across the Atlantic to Europe. This extraordinary trade route continued for over 250 years. So now we know the full story of the Santo Cristo de Burgos. It set off from Manila and must have been blown off course, sinking off the Oregon coast in 1693. 7 years later, a tsunami hit the Oregon coast, smashing the wreck apart and scattering hundreds of tons of cargo along the coastline to elevations over 25 feet above sea level.
Everybody's always talked about in terms of a wreck here on the North Pacific coast has either been an Asian wreck, a Japanese junk or a Chinese vessel, or it was a Spanish galleon. And so, Hollywood notwithstanding, no pirates, no time, no how, no way.
Craig Andes is a good example of somebody who knows that coast really, really well, who has spent his life researching this particular wreck.
As the coasties are out.
But what's most important is that he raised his hand and said, hey, I found something. And he brought it to the museum. And here we are with the biggest piece of this puzzle in 330 years because he did that.
Out here, a lot of the locals have known about the Beeswax shipwreck, suspected to be in this cove. Joe on the Siggy.
This is the gentleman. Craig, could you put your hand up? So Craig is one of like the beachcomber that found this thing. Everybody thought you were crazy.
Oh, I know. I've been called Crazy Craig a lot of times.
I hope there isn't any hard feelings that I disturbed, you know, a gravesite or something like that. I'd like to think I did a service to potentially answer the questions the natives that were local here seem I have.
Approximately.
And over 300 years old. Amazing.
You know, it's direct proof of our oral histories being accurate, but also it is some of the earliest history of our contact with non-native folks here.
But it definitely has spot for some big bolts to go through. Incredible. Wow. Wow.
This just really makes me think of the people and the things that were in there. When you talk about the beeswax boxes that we all found, the tribes found, and the people that must have come ashore, the people that might have survived and lived with everybody during that time.
With our families.
Yeah.
We're certain that we have confirmed pieces of Santo Cristo here. But it was a huge ship, so more of it is still out there. You never know what's buried beneath the sands offshore. This coast, those caves, these sands, these dunes, all have held history, and some portions of them still hold history.
We've been out on the river for a month and found nothing. Then all of a sudden, we ran across a target that sent our charts going crazy, and my heart went in my throat.
Can you hear me, Wes? Going down.
One of our divers comes up. He's joyous. I think it's a ship timber. Everybody on deck, they were jumping and screaming. But was it a War of 1812 ship?
The War of 1812 is a poorly understood war in American history.
This is the first invasion of the United States of America. One of the most humiliating defeats we ever faced.
And yet it was the coalescence of the nation.
But nobody had found anything relating to the war in our waters until some, like me, started unearthing the war's most momentous events.
There was a fort, which is now completely washed into the sea.
A lost flotilla of American ships that suicidally confronted the mighty British Navy.
And the idea that my ancestors were pivotal in that war still remains a revelation.
3 stories hold the key to finally understanding one astonishing moment.
The burning of the White House.
This would have been Pearl Harbor, would have been the Twin Towers. It was all a mystery. How was a foreign army able to burn the capital of the United States? When I was a child, my father got me reading science fiction. the story that really affected me the most was a story about a cataclysmic event in the far Pacific, an earthquake that opened up a rent in the Earth's surface. Into that rent, all of the waters of the world began to pour. And what fascinated me was what the rolling back of the seas revealed. There were ancient cities, sunken civilizations. There were shipwrecks by the thousands. That was the draw that eventually got me into exploring the underwater world. In the mid-60s, I started looking for shipwrecks. It was extremely exciting because it was a period of discovery. I was not a bona fide archaeologist. There wasn't anybody doing marine archaeology. I was living on the periphery of Washington, D.C., and I was visiting a bookstore, and I pulled a book down, and it changed my life. The book described the heroic efforts of a ragtag American naval force known as the Chesapeake Flotilla to confront the British during the War of 1812. Most people don't know about the War of 1812 or what it meant to our country. So it struck my heart as something that I had to find right out there in that river, a river called the Patuxent, 45 minutes from where I lived.
I love the water. I love to get out and explore it. When you're doing survey work, looking for boat wrecks, a kayak, to me, is an ideal way to get out and explore the coastline. Don called me out of the blue. I was a young director of a museum, Calvert Marine Museum, and he wanted to come by and talk to me about an underwater cultural resource survey. He said, wouldn't it be cool if we could find the place where the Chesapeake Flotilla had been lost? It was just like an instantaneous yes.
So in 1977, we began a 3-year-long survey of the Patuxent River.
The big question was where to look. The Patuxent River is a big place. It's over 115 miles long, and it's an important tributary of the Chesapeake Bay.
It was vital that we narrowed down our search area.
So we did a lot of research, looking at maps, looking at the journals. Could we work out the final resting place of the flotilla? The War of 1812 started when the U.S. invaded British territory in modern-day Canada.
By 1814, the British had deployed a powerful Royal Navy force to the Chesapeake Bay, that vast waterway that controlled access to Washington. So a veteran American seafarer, Commodore Joshua Barney, proposed to build a fleet to defend the nation's capital.
The last sighting of that flotilla was in the Patuxent River. If you look at the British record, it says, above Pig Point, we could see the American flotilla.
So that was where we focused our remote sensing survey.
A mag survey is where you have a piece of equipment that measures the magnetic anomalies. That usually indicates that there's a metal object.
And one day,
we ran across a target, an anomaly that sent our charts going crazy. And my heart went in my throat, and I knew we had a significant something. The question mark was this one of the ships, or was it a false anomaly?
One of our hired divers goes down and he comes up. He's joyous. Look, I have a turtle shell. I said, Yeah, it's a turtle shell, but it's beside a piece of wood sticking out. I think it's a ship timber. I said, Ralph, we think we got something.
We did some probing to determine what is the extent of this, and we were astounded at what we found.
The vessel was under 4 to 5 feet of sediment in about 6 to 8 feet of water, not too far from the shore. We realized it was at least 90% intact. "50 to 70 feet long.
We knew we had a vessel. Now, is it a War of 1812 vessel?
Was it part of Barney's flotilla?
I've been an artist since childhood because I was always creating. The kind of themes that I have been given to are lost narratives. The African diaspora, where we come from, has always been an interest of mine. I was born in Brooklyn, New York City. My mother is from Trinidad, and my father is from Jamaica. The idea that any war would have any meaning to me is the furthest thing from my mind. And to then later find out my ancestors were pivotal in that war still remains a revelation. This journey began for me when my uncle passed in 2007. And I just had this overwhelming feeling of that, that entire generation, they're gone. And that I had to go to their home. So in 2008, I went back to Trinidad to research my family tree. My great-grandmother's maiden name is Looney. And I discovered that all the Loneys on that island descend from one man, Ezekiel Looney. I was a DNA descendant of Ezekiel Looney. But what really blew my mind was the revelation that my ancestor Ezekiel had arrived in Trinidad as an escaped slave from the USA. So upon making this life-changing discovery, there was an onrush of emotion. I just had to go to the place where Ezekiel had been enslaved to understand exactly how he gained his freedom. Currituman Plantation was in Virginia, approximately 100 miles from Washington, D.C., on the west side of the Chesapeake Bay. In 1812, wheat and corn were grown here. Today, the only thing left standing is the church. They have an archive of information on each and every one of the Africans that they held in bondage. And I hoped that the plantation's historian could shed light on Ezekiel's story.
The first document, Tina, is titled A Division of the Slaves of the Currituman Estate into 2 lots. That documentation is a Rosetta Stone of information for what happened here at Currituman. This was one of those rare, wonderful ones where they were shown in family groups.
Right. First mention of Ezekiel, he was 2 years old. We don't know whether he was born there or acquired. But the question I wanted to answer most of all was how Ezekiel escaped.
When the British arrived in the Chesapeake, they quickly dominated it, shutting down American shipping, but they needed additional men. So the British issued a proclamation that any person who made their way to His Majesty's ships would be free persons. This document is dated 2nd of April, 1814.
You have here the letter describing his escape on April 18th.
Yes, what an extraordinary eyewitness account. Ezekiel Looney was at work, saw 3 British barges, and made a decision, along with 2 friends, I'm going to follow that boat and go back to the ship with the British.
I remember thinking what it meant if they got caught, knowing that death is right there, waiting for them. But once they've reconciled that death is better than enslavement, it's not a problem. Ezekiel and his companions were immediately freed, but they had not forgotten those they had left behind.
Just a few days after the 3 men left, they led the British back at midnight and rounded up 66 more enslaved persons, almost entirely made up of their wives and their children.
Wow, wow. That must have been one fate-filled night. I can't imagine.
That was the largest group of slaves to flee from any Virginia estate to the British during the War of 1812.
And my ancestor was responsible for that. I was really interested to see the area in which he escaped from. It's a really solemn feeling, and I spent a lot of time wondering whether Ezekiel was seeing through my eyes. I still get goosebumps from that. So what became of Ezekiel Looney next? The British ship's logs show that he was taken to a place called Fort Albian on Tangier Island in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay. So my next question was, what was this place? And why was he taken there?
A shipwreck is like a crime scene. It demands that a forensic approach be carried out to analyze it. It's forensics underwater. We had christened the vessel the Turtle Shipwreck because that was the first artifact that came up from it.
Can you hear me, Wes? Hold down. I went down and I found this musket flint, and I was almost ready to wet myself in my wetsuit. We found a small swivel gun shot, a munitions box. All these indications that show, yes, this is a military vessel. It was clear from their manufacturer that these artifacts were from the War of 1812 era. This got everybody on deck. They were jumping and screaming. Everybody was happy. We knew we had a vessel from the right period, but was it one of Barney's flotilla? We discovered there was a damaged area
an area that had been splayed out, as if the hands of some unseen giant had come down on it, as if something had exploded.
The historic record shows that when Barney's flotilla met the powerful British fleet, he was outgunned and forced to retreat. Unfortunately, he gets bottled up in the Patuxent River.
On August 22, 1814, the flotilla had retreated to just about this spot. With the British fleet in pursuit and the river becoming shallower, Barney was trapped.
And ultimately, Barney was ordered to scuttle the fleet so the British would not be able to use those vessels.
Charges were left in each of the ships, and as the British rounded the bend, the entire flotilla went up in smoke. Boom, 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 boom. Lined up in a line, about 1.5 miles to 2 miles long. The United States Chesapeake flotilla ceased to exist. So the damaged area of our wreck was compelling evidence that this was one of the flotilla.
The question was, if this was one of Barney's boats, then which one?
The Chesapeake Bay is one of the largest estuaries in the world.
It's littered with shipwrecks. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of shipwrecks, including some from the War of 1812.
Several years ago, I got a report from a colleague on this little place called Tangier Island out in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay. And he mentioned that there was a War of 1812 fort at the bottom of this island called Fort Albian, which is now completely been washed into the sea. What caught my imagination is the age-old story of sunken cities and things now lost to sight, but that were once important.
John approached me to do a survey of the southern tip of Tangier Island, where the fort was once. Fort Albion was built in 1814, approximately 2 years after the beginning of the war.
The British needed a staging area for their offensive in the Chesapeake region to control the bay, attack our commerce, and attack our cities.
The hope was to find some tangible bit of the fort itself to understand better why the British chose this location. So we took some old charts and georeferenced them and came up with a more precise location of where we could go and look for the fort.
Everything going good?
Everything looks good.
All right. All right, John, you ready?
Yep. A side-scanning sonar sends out these signals that bounce back off anything that protrudes up above the seabed. We were looking for anything that would help pinpoint where the fort once stood, but we realized that it was going to be difficult.
Searching for remains out here is a race against time.
Tangier Island is dramatically affected by climate change and sea level rise and erosion to the point now where there are only a few hundred acres left. There are predictions that as early as 2030, they may have to abandon Tangier Island altogether.
We knew that it was possible that we wouldn't be able to find any true remnants of the fort due to erosion.
One of the dramatic things in our survey as we moved around to the east of the island, the fathometer showed deeper and deeper water.
Man, John, look at those, where the bottom drops away.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Our sonar revealed a channel with depths reaching 90 feet, which was extraordinary because the Chesapeake is generally a shallow bay.
Eventually you realize we were in the general area where the British must have anchored their warships. Some of these ships were huge, so Tangier, having this deep water area to the east of the island, was an ideal location.
Historic British accounts showed the anchorage lay just to the east of the base.
So now we could pinpoint exactly where the fort should have been. But our initial scans found no physical remains. And it became fairly clear the scouring effect of the daily tidal flow would have eroded the fort bit by bit until there just wasn't anything left. But then we came across something we never expected.
John, that's kind of interesting, that area of harder sediment.
It looks like we're right over this area where the pond was.
Our scans showed a distinct pattern of sediment in the seafloor, which seemed to match where a pond was on some of the old British maps. The sediments that settled out at the bottom of the pond could have been more compacted than the sandy terrain that the fort was built on, which could explain what we were seeing.
And so by looking at the map of the fort and looking at the sonar record, we could align them to pinpoint the location of the fort's buildings and earthworks. If Fort Albion were still there today, the first thing you would see would be a large rise in the land where they had built earthworks and gun emplacements.
Bastions, which would have had cannons that would have protected the fort from the seaward side. There were 6 barracks for privates, 3 buildings for the officers, a house for the commander, a parade ground, a hospital for the sick.
Accounts said that the defensive walls were around 250 yards long on each side. It was massive.
When you look at the scale of the fort, you ask yourself, what were they doing?
And why would it need to be that big?
We knew the identity of the turtle shell wreck would likely only be revealed through interpreting the tiniest of detail. And that is the charm of it. It's a puzzle. The first key piece of evidence we found was a surgeon's kit with the surgical equipment there.
There were scalpels. There was a tooth key.
And at the end of it is a little hook, which the dentist or the surgeon would put in behind a tooth that has to be extracted, grab it, and yank. Very painful.
And we both thought, you know, what vessel would have a surgeon's kit? We knew that the flotilla consisted of several different types of vessels. The most prominent of them were gunboats.
The gunboats are shallow vessels. A very low, narrow vessel that was rowed and sailed.
And what that meant is that there's not a whole lot of room on those vessels. They did not have a lot of compartments. So that's how we began to think. You know, based on this medical kit, it's probably not one of the gunboats. It's got to be one of these other vessels. And then we also had the flagship, known as the Scorpion, which some people referred to as a block sloop. And the difference between a block sloop and the gunboats is deeper draft, larger, broader, was able to carry more. So wouldn't you want your surgeon to maybe be there? Wouldn't you want your medical kit to be there? So we thought maybe for the first time this could possibly be the Scorpion.
Could this be the flagship of the Chesapeake flotilla?
It was a tantalizing thought, but the medical kit alone didn't prove anything.
But then we made an extraordinary discovery.
Everybody clean their ankles.
Yep. I was mapping the bottom when I came across this. We brought it up, and it was a moment that everybody was excited.
This was something that every sailor of the era carried, a tin cup for drinking grog.
On one side were initials, CW.
So this was a personal cup, and whoever CW was had carved their initials in.
Who is CW? My colleague had found the muster roll in the National Archives of the Chesapeake flotilla, 1,000 men. There was only one CW. His name was Caesar Wentworth, and he was a cook.
And if you look down through the roster list, he was the cook on board the flagship.
Was this the Scorpion?
At the end of the project, we knew we had a War of 1812 vessel, and we knew it was part of the flotilla.
We believed it could be the flagship, but despite all of our evidence, there was something major that did not fit with this theory. The big question was, where is the flotilla?
If you read the British account, it says that they were bowed astern, up the river.
And were all scuttled together with the Scorpion at their head.
But it's almost like this vessel seems to be isolated. It seems to be by itself. Where are the rest of the vessels? Where are they? If this wreck was alone, then how could it possibly be the Scorpion?
I knew now that my ancestor, Ezekiel, had been taken by the British to Fort Albian on Tangier Island. So when it was first brought to my attention that there would be marine archaeologists looking at this site, it was very exciting.
This is a side scan sonar mosaic of the bottom. One of the bright spots may correlate to the pond area that we see in the British chart. So the officers' barracks would have been located in this area here.
It was actually a huge fort.
So why do you think that the fort was built so large?
Well, not only did you have to house the Marines and the British Navy personnel, but you also had to house all the formerly enslaved African Americans that were coming from both Virginia and from Maryland. And the reports say somewhere around 2,000 civilians that were transported.
Wow, that's important. Absolutely.
The numbers started increasing at the fort, so they would have had to expand the facilities.
Well, so as far as where Ezekiel might have played into the picture, we know that he was one of the volunteers for the Colonial Marines.
The Colonial Marines was devised by the British as a way to offer African Americans the opportunity to become a fighting unit of the British war machine.
We know from the historical sources that there were around 300 Colonial Marines.
So they would have had their quarters somewhere here in the barracks area. We know there was a parade field out here, so he would have drilled regularly.
So what role do you think that the Colonial Marines played in this campaign?
These are people that knew the waters in this area, so they could pilot ships. But in addition to that, they were frontline people and fought with great distinction.
In the British musters for the Colonial Marines, I could see that Ezekiel was promoted several times. He's a private, in a few months to that, he's a corporal, and then by the time he leaves, he's a sergeant. So that told me that he was really part of the actions and the campaigns in this war.
For the British and the Colonial Marines, Fort Albion was just a springboard to attack our cities and ultimately the capital at Washington. And the only American naval force that stood in their way was Commodore Barney's outgunned flotilla.
My question was, exactly how far was Ezekiel drawn into the momentous battles that followed?
because I grew up on the Great Lakes. This year, I mark my 47th year in diving, so I've been underwater a good portion of my life. What I really like about it is when you can feel you've got your buoyancy just right and you actually do feel weightless. It's as close as you can be to hovering. With 2012 being the 200th anniversary of the War of 1812, the U.S. Navy's Naval History and Heritage Command and the state of Maryland became very interested in the idea of returning to the turtle shell wreck.
One of the most important questions is to try to confirm the identity of the vessel. Another one was to determine if there were any other vessels associated, because historical records said that they were strung out in a line all behind the flagship Scorpion. So we went out there and we did hydroprobing, which is basically we took a water hose powered by a pump and we just used that water jet to probe the general areas in the river.
Let's just dig this out really quickly and let's see if we find wreck.
In the stern, we found artifacts similar to what Don Chomet and Ralph Escherman recovered. 2 medical items, a pharmaceutical vial and a pair of surgical scissors.
The artifacts match things that we knew Barney should have had on his vessel.
So all that was really exciting, and it confirmed that it wasn't just a gunboat.
But then, on one particular dive, the Navy team recovered something remarkable.
We found still intact a ceramic bottle. As I excavated this bottle, it still had a cork in it, and I just was going to expose it enough to film it underwater. It still had air in it, and so it popped up, and I luckily caught it in my hand before it floated away. Finding an inkwell was certainly indicative that there were activities on this vessel that required literacy, whether it was the officer in charge or it was Joshua Barney himself writing missives and reports. It confirmed that it was probably a major high-status vessel in the flotilla. I'd say it's a good chance it's the Scorpion. The only other possible candidate would be a merchant vessel. We know a number of merchant vessels were being protected by the flotilla. A vessel called the Islet was taken into service to carry supplies, including some of the medical supplies. So I think it's still not 100% conclusive. I'm hopeful it's the Scorpion, but not 100%. Not without more archaeology.
We still don't know for sure, but I still firmly, in my mind, I think it's very likely the Scorpion.
Credit where credit's due, we owe an enormous debt to Don Chomet. I felt that there was sufficient evidence. I really have no doubt that it is in fact the Scorpion. But it still begs the question of where are the rest of the vessels?
Where is the flotilla? Why didn't we find them? These questions really stayed in my mind for years. Then, one of my team became intrigued by something. The Patuxent is a meandering river. The sediment flow in the river has increased over time because of runoff from poor farming practices. And what we discovered was that we had overlooked the evolution of the geology of this river. We discovered that the river had changed course, not once, but several times. There were a number of major storms that literally changed the course of the Patuxent River. When I compared historic maps of the river, suddenly everything clicked. Today, the west side of where the Scorpion is, it's all wetland. But in 1814, this wetland was where the main river channel flowed. So the fleet is in the marsh. It's in the wetlands.
It's highly possible the flotilla is in the marshy area. The problem is that in the marshy areas, the sediment is so deep that it's too dry for a boat and too muddy for people to walk over. So we have continued to do survey in this area. Technology has advanced, so we've been able to use drones that carry a magnetometer, and we've had some success in finding magnetic anomalies. Hopefully, we will eventually solve this mystery and determine where the other vessels in the flotilla are.
I finally knew my ancestor Ezekiel was aboard the British flagship HMS Albion when the Royal Navy departed Tangier Island in July 1814. He was one of nearly 200 colonial Marines, supplementing around 4,000 British troops.
Their plan was to destroy Barney's flotilla and capture Washington. As the British advanced up the bay, Barney engaged them. They fight a running battle, but he's outgunned, and Barney is forced to retreat into the Patuxent River. The British pursued him, and in August began landing a huge invasion force.
I wanted to know how far Ezekiel was involved in this campaign. So when I learned that I was going to have an opportunity to chat with Don, I was excited. He took me to where the colonial Marines, with my ancestor Ezekiel, would have disembarked.
August 19, 1814, when the British landed, is the first invasion of the United States of America.
Okay.
Everybody knows 9/11 and everybody knows December 7th.
Right.
But not many Americans know August 19. The British have decided to attack the city of Washington. Their route to the capital ran through the town of Bladensburg. It's here that the Americans made their stand. On August 22nd, Commodore Barney is told to destroy the flotilla to prevent it being captured. And the flotillamen are ordered to go to Bladensburg and join the army and help defend the capital. The Battle of Bladensburg begins on August 24th, just 2 days after the flotilla is scuttled. Commodore Barney is in the center of the American line. On the other side, Ezekiel is with the British Marines. It's bloody. The British have too many men. They envelop on either side, and they're shooting down from heights. Barney is wounded. It turns out mortally. The American line folds. The whole American army has fled. What happened next sent shockwaves across the continent. Once the British had won the Battle of Bladensburg, the army marched into Washington. The White House has literally just been an hour or two before evacuated. When they get to the White House, the matches were set and the building was burned. The fire raged through the night, completely gutting the interior.
How sure can we be that Ezekiel was a part of that?
He was on the Albion. Ezekiel would have marched with the army. Almost unquestionably.
I can only imagine he wanted to execute those orders to the best of his ability because his eyes were on the prize of becoming free. I'm extraordinarily proud.
By the time the flames died the following day, only the great sandstone walls survived. The burning of the White House was as symbolic as you could possibly imagine.
Having an outside enemy threatening you makes people unite against a common enemy and forget some of their own differences. It galvanized the nation.
For the first time, people, instead of referring to themselves of, I'm a Pennsylvanian, I'm a Virginian, people begin to say, I'm an American. That's a big turnaround.
In 2009, my family met at Tangier Island to celebrate Ezekiel, acknowledging his efforts, his success, his challenges. It makes me immensely proud that my ancestor had it within him to step off a plantation in the middle of a war. His number was 44, which appears on the musters from the HMS Albion. This was a way of acknowledging that we feel you. We know that you were successful. We're here.
When you go out looking at rocks that are millions of years old, you never know what you're going to find. As we came through a little clearing, I spotted a rough-looking bone. Yep, this is the spot right here where it all began.
One bone after the next revealed itself. This was the Holy Grail.
Finding a dinosaur bone tells us only part of the story. There's so much more to these amazing creatures than just their skeletons, which leaves the movies with a lot of artistic license.
The colors are made up. A lot of the behavior is made up.
But now, remarkable new fossil finds are opening a window on the prehistoric world as never before.
Technology is allowing us to answer questions that were previously unanswerable. We get to make dinosaurs move again for the first time in millions of years. And we can figure out their color
and even how they lived.
Can recent discoveries force us to put aside the movie magic and finally see dinosaurs as they truly were when they ruled the Americas?
I think that we're closer to uncovering the truth of the age of dinosaurs than we've ever been.
Fact is stranger than fiction.
My first exposure to dinosaurs was probably the Flintstones, which is not a very accurate portrayal of dinosaurs. You know, like all kids, I was sort of immersed in this dinosaur culture. I've always been fascinated by the biggest, the smallest, the highest flying, the lowest diving. That's where you really start to learn the limits of evolution. I wanted to find creatures that were among the largest to ever walk the face of the earth. Usually the largest dinosaurs are also among the worst preserved because it's so hard for a creature that size, the size of a house, to become a fossil. There's a group of plant-eating dinosaurs called titanosaurs that we know relatively little about, so I was very attracted to finding one of those. How do you find a dinosaur? It's the #1 question I get asked. The world is geologically mapped. And so to find dinosaurs, you have to find rocks from the Triassic, the famous Jurassic, or Cretaceous period. So I'm looking for the green colors that are Cretaceous age deposits, rocks that are at least 66 million years old. There are some rocks here, but this is the Congo Basin, too many plants here. Northern Patagonia, rocks of the right age, but quite a bit of work has been done here. But here, down in southern Patagonia, we have everything that I was looking for. Patagonia is an amazing place. Vast, sweeping landscapes, Sometimes it's called Fin del Mundo, the end of the world. It's the last stop before Antarctica. To get to this site from the US is a 6-airport trip. And then once you're there, you have to get jeeps and you have to navigate up very rough dirt roads. No other paleontologists had been working within maybe 1,000 kilometers. This is the field area, and you get yourself on the ground and you walk, and you just look for bones sticking out of the rocks. That year, in 2004, we were about a month into the expedition, and we hadn't found anything that I would say was really great. So at this point, the pressure's on. You start to worry. We had a week left. And then finally, we found something. A piece of bone exposed. It had weathered out of a cliff face, so it was super easy to excavate. So it doesn't take us long before we uncovered a very, very large femur. 2.2 meters long, that's about 7 feet, 1 inch long. We know that we're looking at one of the largest dinosaur bones that had ever been seen. This was an incredible result. But where are the rest of the bones? We dug and dug and dug around there, but there wasn't another bone to be found. But still, that told us giant dinosaurs lived here. And that was enough for us to know that we had to come back to this place. A year later, I was ready for a return expedition, but I needed a bigger team. And I called up my friend Matt LaManna.
This was somewhat of a professional gamble, I would say, for Ken. Ken, in a lot of ways, was putting all of his eggs in one basket. I think that there was some pressure upon arrival that second year in 2005. You know, we're not there for, for a month-long vacation in the desert. We're there to find dinosaurs.
On the first morning, I was prospecting for bones and saw a dinner plate-sized piece of bone exposed in the desert. I GPS the location, I give it a field number, and I move on and I start to prospect for some other sites.
This is 2005, so I put on my iPod and put on some heavy metal. And I walked basically up the side of a mountain, thinking that I was going to find the next big thing. But I turned around when I got to the top of the mountain, and I saw my 3 Argentine colleagues, Marcelo Luna, Lucio Ibericu, and Gabriel Casal, all kind of gathered around this spot that didn't really look like it was much of anything. And so I go down there because they're lingering there. Maybe they'd found something interesting.
I returned to the spot where I had found the bone, and I saw something astonishing. They have about a half of a leg bone exposed, half a femur.
The bone is 6'3" long, so we knew we had a giant titanosaur.
And soon, other bones start appearing. When we began to excavate the tail, it was really a thing of beauty. It was articulated, meaning that the bones were still touching each other like they were in life. We started to see that this was giving us our best window yet into the anatomy of the largest creatures to walk the planet. To protect the bone and transport, we wrap it with bandages of burlap and plaster. This is what we call jacketing the bones. We had excavated about 200 square meters of rock as hard as concrete. After 4 more really grueling field seasons, so that's 5 years, we end up with 70% of the skeleton from the neck down. which was almost 3 times more complete than the next best preserved supergiant. We had this huge creature, maybe the most massive dinosaur ever discovered.
Where does this thing rank compared to other giant titanosaurs? There's an equation you can use based off of modern animals that allows you one way to calculate an estimate of the weight of an extinct animal using the circumference, so the upper arm bone, the humerus, and the femur, the thigh bone.
But for most of these dinosaurs, they don't have the fossil remains. So the weight is more of a guess. But we have the 2 bones that we need. Now we have the key to understanding the mass of this great creature. We start to do the math. We know this individual is one of the largest ever discovered. Is it the largest?
When we finally did crunch the numbers, the number that came out was something like 59 metric tons, 65 short tons that we use here in the US, which was mind-boggling to me.
An animal that's 65 tons is the mass of 13 African elephants, the most massive land animal for which we can calculate a weight. This was a very exciting and very tantalizing result. Our next question was, is this a new species of titanosaur? And the only way to find out was to study it in minute detail.
I love dinosaurs so much. By the time I was 13, I was volunteering at our local dinosaur museum. That's when I started hearing whispers of this giant dinosaur that was coming from the edge of the world. And you know, it's the biggest dinosaur. Really? Okay, I'll believe it when I see it. And we went into the basement when we opened the door and saw 300 containers, all with bones, and was way more than I ever could have expected. I was a fossil preparator, and my job was to extract the bones out of the rock so we could examine them in close detail.
We didn't know whether it's a new species, so we had to look for novel features in its skeleton.
You're making maybe a dime size of progress a day, but little by little, day after day, it all starts coming together. It's really slow, but I love it.
To establish a new species of dinosaur, you have to see at least one feature in its bones that hasn't been seen in any other dinosaur. Eventually, after 3 years, we have the full skeleton just laid out on every tabletop. The 30-foot tail was laid out along one wall and down part of a next. The humerus standing by the door. Now we could see this 77-million-year-old skeleton in all its glory, and finally work out what it was. We began to get a full set of measurements. This animal would have been 85 feet long. That's almost the size of a basketball court. At the shoulder, it would stand 2 stories high. This was an immense animal. Now, based on all our lab work, we could see that it had unique features that hadn't been seen in any other dinosaur. So this was a new species of titanosaur. Now we need a name. What would this animal have to fear in its landscape? Essentially, nothing. And I come up with the name Dreadnoughtus, which means fears nothing.
The first chance we got, we ran outside, screamed it as loud as we could. Dreadnoughtus! It was like the best feeling. That's such a cool name.
Now we had identified this dinosaur as a new species, but we still had so many questions about how an animal so large could live.
The largest animals today are the whales. They don't have to contend with walking on land. And it really sparked in me this question of how is this animal moving? All the parts that would tell us everything that we need to know, like muscle, cartilage, tendons, don't preserve.
You can't just open a book and look up the muscles for a new dinosaur. We have to discern those from the bones themselves.
The big limb bones are 6'2", about 800 pounds. We can't move that and try and figure out how it moves. So our solution was to go digital.
We used a 3D scanner to capture all the bones. This was one of the first dinosaurs to be captured in a 3D scan. And this opened up avenues of investigation that would have been impossible by using the real bones.
So this area right here, that is a palm-sized muscle scar, which means the muscle was pulling on this part of the bone so much that it left an imprint.
Now, with these scans, we could begin to reconstruct Dreadnoughtus. It enabled us to have these 3D bones that we can easily manipulate in a virtual environment and do our biomechanical experiments with. One of my colleagues, Kristen Bogley, has mapped out those muscle scars, attached virtual muscles to test how these dinosaurs move. Let's contract this muscle, let's contract this muscle, and we'll see what the limb does. And so we're actually letting the anatomy inform us about its life. Our analysis of its largely complete skeleton helped us put flesh on the bones of this amazing creature. First, we could see that the bones themselves were big and strong. It could easily walk on land. There's really nothing like these creatures on the planet today. But there was one strange anomaly in the tail that puzzled us. Underneath each of the tail vertebrae was a pair of bones that were hanging down, and instead of tapering to a point like they do in other dinosaurs, they flare out into this big paddle for muscle attachment. It was housing these hugely powerful muscles that would go from its leg to its tail.
When we looked at it carefully, we realized that these muscles would have provided powerful leverage in the tail. We thought, oh, if they pull on this fast enough, that's gonna hurt. It's not only that it was so big that nothing wanted to eat it, it was that it was weaponized in the case that something did try.
This was something we hadn't seen before in titanosaurs. This was a tail that could kill or maim the largest predators. I think in comparison to other titanosaurs, Dreadnoughtus looks like about the toughest that I've ever seen.
I think that plant-eating dinosaurs probably are often made out to be these, like sort of gentle giants. But we're starting to understand that just eating plants does not, by nature, make you docile.
I think it's time to recast these giant animals as the surly beasts that they were. Look out, meat-eating dinosaurs, because you do not want to mess with a Dreadnoughtus.
We put virtual flesh on Dreadnoughtus to visualize dinosaurs more clearly. Up in Canada, another discovery has gotten even closer to seeing dinosaurs as they really were.
For me, fossils tell us that there's more to the world than what we see today. There's this huge buried past. Normally, when we go looking for them, we're only looking at the surface. But sometimes we get a helping hand from miners who are used to digging down far deeper than we would ever dream of doing. So it's no surprise that every once in a while they're going to bump into something. One day out of the blue, I received a set of photos from Suncor, a mining company working in northern Alberta. They'd found something they suspected might be a fossil, and they wanted to know if we could identify it for them. And that was our start of dealing with this mystery animal from the far north. 2 days later, myself and a technician were on a plane. Fort McMurray exists in the middle of nowhere in northern Alberta, where they are digging out bitumen-soaked sand. We were driven out to the site. Initially, all we saw was a few broken fragments. We were told where it happened and when it happened.
I was digging right in this area right here with my shovel. I could see some really big slabs with that big around with that really distinctive pattern. I've never seen anything come down the bank that had this distinctive uniform pattern to it before.
When Sean Funk made the initial discovery, it was hit by the excavator bucket and it shattered into pieces. Then the technician, Darren Tankey, said, what if it's a dinosaur? And then all the pieces started to make sense. And we knew this was going to be a big deal. So if it was a dinosaur, what kind was it? Most of it was still stuck up in the cliff face, completely encased in hard rock. But when we looked carefully at the clues, we could begin to imagine what sort of animal it could be. All we could see was this cross-section in the cliff. Then I began to see the shape where the body was. Then we knew this was not your typical dinosaur fossil. We could see bony plates exposed, so we knew we were dealing with an armored dinosaur. We noticed the arc of the armor was curving upwards, so it meant this dinosaur was lying on its back.
This is curved.
It was all rather puzzling. The rocks that we were finding this fossil material in are early Cretaceous, about 110, 112 million years old. And at this time, this place was a shallow inland sea. It would be underwater. This thing's on its back, on the seabed. But it's a land animal. It's not evolved to be in water. And then you start to wonder, well, how did it get washed out to sea? The only way to find out more would be to get it out of the rock. But to try and dig it out would risk the collapse of the whole cliff. We were under major time pressure. We were told we had 3 weeks to get this thing out. We couldn't start from the cliff face. We had to come down from the top. So they got one of their best shovel operators. Some of them could do brain surgery. They're so good with the bucket.
It's peeling off very, very well.
Oh,
stop!
Stop!
We had most of it exposed, and it looked like a giant gray lumpy potato. This large, seemingly bomb-proof mass had resisted being struck by a giant excavator and having a kilometer of rock piled on it for tens of millions of years. So the thinking was that this thing could withstand being lifted in one go. You look at that big gray lump, and you'd have no idea that there's an absolute treasure sitting there. All we had to do was lift it up and plop it on the back of the truck. No one had ever done this before, so no one knew really what to expect.
Like the expectant father here.
They got their best hoisting and rigging people, started to lift it.
There we go, come on, baby.
And they said, sorry, we broke your dinosaur.
She only just started to move the dirt and she let go. Yeah, she didn't take much pressure.
The question now was, how are we going to salvage this? Getting a fossil out of the ground is just the end of the beginning. We quickly saw that we'd lost nothing. It came out in convenient chunks instead of one epic 5-ton block. We now had to remove the rock from around the fossil and reveal what this animal was. So we needed someone with experience and who had a delicate touch, but also had the muscles to shift these blocks.
Dinosaurs are basically like real life monsters. And I've been interested in dinosaurs since I was 5 years old. Because I'm good working with my hands, I want to become a preparator of fossils. What I'm doing right now is slowly removing away paper-thin layers of rock away from the bone surface using a pin vise. This will go on for many, many hours, if not days. Usually when we work with specimens, we just work with the actual bones themselves. But as I removed the rock, I started to find sections of black. I was amazed. This wasn't just bone, it was actual fossilized dinosaur skin. Something that hardly ever survives. And if it does, it's usually just small patches. The biggest challenge was basically finding where all the skin was and kind of knowing where to stop. Sometimes it's really distinctive, kind of a very black in color. And other times it kind of fades out. You don't want to start digging too deep of a hole trying to find something that's not quite there.
Mark was just the person to do that. It takes special skill to go from this unbelievably hard rock to something that's instantly soft and delicate.
We have skin over most of the surface, so it's kind of like mummified, even though it's not a true mummy. Once I had finished preparing all the blocks, my next task was to reassemble them. When you start putting those pieces together and the shape of this dinosaur begins to emerge, that's when it really became exciting. It became like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle.
Now we could finally identify what kind of dinosaur we had. It's built like a tank. It's covered head to toe in body armor. It has a narrow muzzle and it has big shoulder spikes, and that could only mean it's a nodosaur. It was a plant eater, and it lived about 110, 112 million years ago. This was a new type of nodosaur, one that had never been seen before, and this meant we could give it a new name.
The name of the dinosaur is Borealepelta markmitchellii. Named after little old me. It's just fantastic. This specimen has taken about 5.5 years of my life. Now it looks like a sleeping dinosaur.
It's absolutely magical how it turned out.
One of the things that makes this dinosaur unique is that it's preserved in 3 dimensions with all that skin. Beautifully preserved, but are there details that it reveals that we didn't know before? I was brought onto this project to help figure this out. Given that the skin is so well preserved, it held a tantalizing possibility to find out the color of this animal. The colors, either in children's books or documentaries, were largely just estimates. Estimates based on modern animals.
A lot of dinosaurs are portrayed as sort of basically greens or grays.
We don't know the colors of extinct animals because the pigment molecules don't preserve. It takes exceptional conditions to preserve skin, and even better conditions to preserve any traces of the chemistry of that skin.
This is a fragment from Borealepelta, and this dark gray is the fossilized skin. We sent a small sample of this for geochemical analysis. Using mass spectrometry, we could find out if any organic compounds were preserved in it. Those organic compounds can tell us about some of the pigments that were there originally. More than 5 years after we found Borealepelta, we were on the cusp of knowing whether or not its skin was preserved well enough to tell us its color. And finally, we got the news. The results of the geochemistry revealed that one of the common organic compounds was a compound called benzothiazole, which is a breakdown product of the reddish-brown pigment pheomelanin.
The color was definitely a big surprise. I think there's only been a couple other cases when that ever been done.
It was very exciting to see how these animals actually looked. You almost don't need to use your imagination to reconstruct it.
It's the best preserved armored dinosaur in the world because it was preserved in the better conditions found at sea.
But that presented us with our final puzzle.
We have this odd situation where we have this animal that lived on land, but is preserved in what was an inland sea quite a ways from where the coast would have been. So what was this animal doing in the middle of the sea in the first place?
We could see right from the first day we were in the field, it went to the seabed upside down. And it hit the seabed with such force in the cliff, we could see the impact crater.
And the question is, how does this happen and why does it happen?
Large animals, when they die, bacteria start right away to digest their bodies, and these animals fill up with gas and they become bloated. For many years, I've been studying how animals float. So I have this program I wrote to test these ideas. It takes basic physics, and it lets you take a body, put it in water, you can see what happens. Let's try a body that's full of gas, and you can see it becomes unstable, and then it starts to roll, and then very quickly, it rolls over. And this happened every time, without fail. And since they're full of gas, they're extremely light. And that allows them to be transported great distances just by floating. It's called bloat and float. Fortuitously, our floating carcass got swept out to sea. Eventually, the gases burst. The body loses all buoyancy and goes bonk onto the seabed. There was so much energy of it going down, and great clouds of sediment would have quickly covered it over. And so it was quickly sealed away from the air and scavengers. That's why it's so well preserved.
We were finally able to fill in missing pieces about how dinosaurs actually looked. Learning how they behave from bones alone can be even harder. But sometimes, the site reveals discoveries so remarkable, it changes the way we view an entire species.
Most tourists travel halfway around the world to see the red rocks here. But the gray rocks can be beautiful in my opinion. And I'm probably biased because I know that the gray means there's fossils in them. I jokingly refer to the area as 50 shades of gray because that's basically what you've got. I've been making this commute for 22 years and it never gets old. When I first started, we had no idea what we would find at the end of this drive. I know there are dinosaurs out there, but where are they and what will they tell us? And essentially, we had about 2 million acres, and the middle million we knew virtually nothing about. It was just one giant question mark. As district paleontologist, it was my job to find some answers. We had actually planned to meet a crew of volunteers coming up to dig on a hadrosaur site. But flash floods the previous night had basically taken out the road and made it so they couldn't come in. So I had Mike Cannell with me, who was a turtle expert, and I had Katja Knoll, my intern, with me. Now what? What are we going to do today? I remembered that there was this place nearby that had lots of fossil turtle fragments, and off we went to this turtle site.
Previously, a really beautiful river turtle has been excavated there. So we took him out there and walked that whole area.
We expected to find more turtle fossils, so what we saw instead came as a complete surprise. The deluge had actually caused some erosion and created a little gully. As we came through a little clearing, I spotted something that had just been exposed by the recent rains. It was fairly large, about the size of my fist. It was a rough-looking bone. You immediately run through a catalog of shapes in your mind. You're thinking, what is this? This is so familiar. Have I seen this before? It had this unusually rugged, rough texture on it. And the texture to me suggested that I really have something here.
I don't quite recall what he actually screamed. It was maybe just grunts, I can't remember, or something really crude.
Hey, guys!
I want to go and check, because when Alan screams, it may be something. And it turned out to be something pretty amazing.
I think we've got a tyrannosaur, guys. And then there was lots of high-fiving and whooping and hollering and dancing around, because that just doesn't happen every day.
It's pretty mind-blowing to know that you're the first person to ever lay eyes on it. Tyrannosaurs are relatively rare.
We kept digging, and by the end of the day, we'd uncovered 50 bones.
We were wondering how much more can there possibly be? How extensive is the site?
After the first day's excavation, we came back with a larger crew.
We had groups of people out there, pretty much 4 or 5 days a week. Everybody was sitting in the singeing sun for 8 to 10 hours.
As we worked, we were astounded to see that there didn't seem to be an end to the bones coming from the site. We expanded the quarry out to about 100 square meters, the largest bone bed that we'd ever documented. It became clear that the bones were a complete chaotic mass, that they were just a jumble that looked like they'd been randomly rolled and tossed out like dice. But there was something even more remarkable here.
We kept finding bones that were very clearly belonging to tyrannosaurs of different sizes.
We're now certain we had not just one tyrannosaur, but at least 2 individuals at the site. And then started seeing more parts of skulls and more toes that indicated we had more than 2 individuals. By that time, all of our minds were totally blown. We did not expect this.
It's not uncommon to find a mass death sites for prey animals that perhaps lived in large herds. But for a predator like a tyrannosaur, it's just so incredibly rare. Everybody always imagined tyrannosaurs as being those lone mavericks. I mean, it is almost unthinkable to find a tyrannosaur mass death site. How many tyrannosaurs were at that site? And why were they all together? Of course, everybody knows about Tyrannosaurus rex, and everybody thinks they're cool. But Tyrannosaurs are a fairly large group, and T-Rex is only one representative. The fossils had been encased in burlap and plaster jackets, and the first thing we needed to know was what kind of Tyrannosaur was inside. It's kind of like opening a really cool package for Christmas. Yeah. In order to be able to identify an animal with confidence, you really have to be able to look at the elements of the skull, because there are slight variations within all the species. This is a jaw of a not fully grown tyrannosaur from our site. I would venture to say it is probably the most iconic part of a tyrannosaur. In this instance, it's a little bit smaller than the jaw you would expect from Tyrannosaurus rex. Tyrannosaurus rex's jaw was significantly larger, and the teeth were also significantly more massive. The Tyrannosaurs that we found at our site is perhaps a completely new kind.
The tyrannosaurs that we found are 76 million years old. They're older cousins to the famous T-Rex. Very similar in appearance, but about 3/4 to 2/3 scale. We're talking about some of the largest terrestrial carnivores that ever lived on our planet.
Now we knew what kind of dinosaur we were dealing with. There was a big question we needed to answer next.
Just how many individuals do we have at this site? We knew we had all these toe bones of varying sizes. We had a really big one, and we had a really tiny one that was obviously another individual, and then we had sort of in-betweeners. We compared just exactly how many left feet are present in the collection. The pattern slowly emerges. Oh, okay, I've got one left foot. I've got two left feet. Oh my gosh, here's a third left foot. Then finally a fourth. Now 5. There you have it. You've got a baby, you've got teens, and you've got a fully grown adult. Oh my gosh, we've got an entire pack. We were forced to face the question, was this a social group? Was this even a family group?
Tyrannosaurs were always perceived as being solitary predators. But after spending months separating the skeletons out, we finally knew for sure that we had 5 individuals. The big question is, how did they all end up together? There are just 2 possibilities. Either they all died separately in different areas and they were flushed in by some big river system, or they all just died together.
When we inspected rock samples from the site, it became clear this whole area used to be a lake. So we think a flood drowned them and washed them into the lake. But how could we be sure our tyrannosaurs had actually died together rather than just being washed in from different places by coincidence or accumulating there over time? What do we have in our toolkit that can answer this question? The geochemist on the project, Selena Suarez, had a eureka moment. She's like, we can study the rare earth elements. As animals decompose in the sediment, rare earth elements get incorporated into their skeletons as they're initially turning into fossils. They're a fingerprint. They will show us whether or not these bones were buried together from the get-go. So we, of course, sampled the bones, and voila. They all had the exact same rare earth fingerprint. So they definitely died in the same lake at the same time. The chances of individual tyrannosaurs all ending up together are almost nil. And the age spread almost screams or mandates interpreting it as a family. These had died together and been buried together. Which brought us back to the bigger idea that this was a social animal. Scientists and popular culture alike have viewed tyrannosaurs essentially as these lone killers functioning at the level of a crocodile or an alligator. But what if that's not right? What if everything we thought we knew about tyrannosaur behavior is in fact wrong? The only reason large predators start forming groups is to guarantee success of taking down large, dangerous prey. And then the question begs itself, could these have been pack hunters? Had anyone else come across something like this before? There is this other site in North America, in Canada.
Lethal Albertosaurus was a family man. Fossils found at Dry Island Buffalo Jump suggest this predator hunted in packs.
And then I've heard that there had been another mass mortality site in Montana. These events represent a capture of tyrannosaur behavior. So now we've got 3 sites in North America with 3 different species of tyrannosaurs, all of which are relatively closely related to T-Rex. Perhaps T-Rex would have engaged in similar behavior. Paleontologists often use bones to learn about anatomy, but these sites tell us something about how the dinosaurs actually lived.
It is really amazing to see how we are starting to put more of sort of a face on this creature that everybody just kind of knows about, but really doesn't know a lot about. If they all, in fact, belong to the same family unit, it could be very important to understand the dynamics of tyrannosaurs.
So they were social, not just as families, but also as hunters. I think finds like these are challenging the idea that tyrannosaurs were not that intelligent. They may, in fact, have actually been able to cooperate during hunts. The idea now that we've got the largest killing machine that ever walked on dry land, now with the smarts of a wolf and the complexity to pack hunt, it's terrifying. We're certainly in a renaissance. Technology is allowing us to tease ever greater detail out of the fossils that we find.
Discoveries that paleontologists are making now are going to change the way that dinosaurs are portrayed in popular culture.
We are approaching truth. Let's give these dinosaurs the gravitas that they have well earned.
We were anxious to get out there. We wanted to find the ship to prove that this did occur.
We'd spent 6 months to get to this point, and we were running out of time. The judge needed this evidence. And the stakes were high. Somebody's life is in the balance in terms of whether they're found innocent or guilty. This is a murder trial.
It's one of the biggest criminal cases in maritime history.
All of these things were preying on my mind.
The story of the missing cargo of uranium processing equipment and 6 dead sailors.
Standing trial is businessman Udo Prost, accused of blowing up the ship.
Udo Prost said the pirates took it. He had several stories, but without evidence, he couldn't be prosecuted.
Is Prost innocent or guilty? The truth lies far beneath the waves.
We were searching in water deeper than the Titanic. What we were doing in that kind of environment, on that kind of ship, with a sitting judge in a murder trial, there's never been anything like it. (1985). Ronald Reagan was in power.
The Force is with us.
Microsoft Windows was about to come out, and Live Aid was born. And it was an important time for me as well. I was about 9 months away from graduating with my degree as a marine geologist. I was running out of money. I didn't have a place to live, and I wasn't really sure which direction my life was going. And then I remember, I have a very good memory of it. I was watching TV one day, and like people all over the world, I was amazed. There on the screen, perhaps the most iconic discovery in the history of underwater exploration, the Titanic.
For weeks now, the world has marveled at the submarine pictures of the wreck.
And I thought, cool, what if I could do that job? I love the idea of operating this equipment, of being challenged with a job like that. I remember sending out 70, 80 CVs, and I only got one real hit, and that was from Eastport International, a very small company. These guys were doing amazing work. They were operating deeper than the Titanic to find lost objects on the seabed. And soon after I joined them, they got one of the most incredible missions you could imagine. To go and find a ship called the Lucona. The mystery surrounding it was extraordinary. What we knew about Lucona was that it was loaded in Italy, in Chioggia, during the first part of January 1977. And then it was going to be sailing to the Far East. The ship was underway in the Indian Ocean about 17 days into the journey, when something unimaginable happened.
I saw a yellow-red fireball about 15 meters high over the deck.
I felt a shock and looked up. All I could see was smoke. The windows had been blown in by the air pressure. The ship started to rapidly lurch to starboard. I jumped overboard. The only thing I could see was the wheelhouse in the stern. The ship went down vertically while the propeller was still rotating.
The first thing was, what just happened? That can't be. That's impossible. 1 minute we're on the ship, and 2 minutes later it's completely gone. I heard the screams of the first engineer who went down with it. I can still hear his scream. And the others who were lost, I can still see them in front of me. That doesn't go away.
The ship sank and 6 people were killed. The 6 that did survive were able to get into our life raft and were picked up the following day. If it wasn't for the survivors' remarkable story, this would never have come to court. An Austrian man called Udo Proksch was suspected of blowing up the Lucona to defraud an insurance company out of the insurance for a cargo. Proksch had a series of defenses. One, remarkably, that the ship never sank, that it was actually captured by pirates and it was still sailing the seas. But he had no part of it. That was his main defense.
My name is Hans Leiningen. I happen to be the judge in the Lucona case. And I thought, well, nobody blows up ships. That's idiotic, that's stupid, which made me suspicious. Therefore, I thought we should find the wreckage, because if we don't, there's no proof at all.
So Lucona had to be found. It was up to us. And if we didn't do that, there'd be no justice. This was the first big deep water project that I was going to be the project manager. And so for me personally, the stakes were high. And with the trial underway, it could only be paused for a short time. We had just 4 weeks. So the real question was, could we find it? And if we did find it, could we bring back this evidence that it was blown up by a bomb? We had a team of 10 people. 8 were basically running the search, and 2 were just working on the ROV, and that was Bill Lawson and Greg Gibson.
We are basically the eyes and hands of the investigators when it comes down to deep water investigation. So we allow them to get into the deep ocean to get their evidence.
The Lucona job was different. Everything was spec'd out for 7,000 meters. And, working at that depth is a very challenging task.
Don was my direct boss. If he said blast through that wall, you would do it for Don, because he was a very charismatic leader.
Straight line. This was the first time we ever had a judge on board. It was a little different. And we told the judge, we can do this. We weren't sure how we were going to do it, but we said we could do it.
We also had Gerhard Strasser, the naval architect, on the ship.
David Mearns said, if it's there, we find it. And I couldn't believe it, because for search, I think it was the deepest at that time. So the first question we all faced was where to look, because the Indian Ocean is very large.
Obviously, you go for the most probable sinking location, or the last known position. And to find that, the survivors' evidence was really, really important.
From the people being picked up in the water, they could back out currents and wind strengths and their lifeboat drift, and then do a probability analysis.
That drift pattern told them where the wreckage probably was.
But even still, that area was huge. It was an area that was about 400 square nautical miles. It's at least the size of London. And you're looking for something that's 75 meters for a ship of that size. And it's not intact, it's blown apart. So you're looking for something that's even smaller. And that made finding it much, much harder. Here was a man, Udo Proch, who'd been accused of blowing up a ship and killing the crew. We were all wondering, who was this guy in the dock? Was he innocent or guilty?
Ich heiße Bernd Stracke. Ich habe investigativen Journalismus bearbeitet und Gerichtsberichterstattung, Verbrechen, Katastrophen. Udo Proch war ursprünglich aus Deutschland. Ein Star, ein Genie, ein Gaukler, ein Alleskönner, ein Allesverwirklicher mit unglaublichen Netzwerken. Er hat für alles über jedes Sachgebiet Freunde gehabt. Er war clever.
Udo was making a club to entertain other people. That was Club 45. He had many friends in higher ranks of justice and higher ranks of political people. And that's how he worked.
Hat sich da nicht nur das Servierpersonal in putzigen weißen Outfit präsentiert, sondern es wurde mir auch berichtet, dass sie also da prominente Damen sich nackt ausgezogen haben. Und das war ein Gaudium für Politik und Wirtschaft und Größen. But the main interest from Proch was to corrupt people, politicians who he needed for doing him some favor. Udo war ein Fan von Tarnanzügen, von Schusswaffen, von Sprengstoff und von militärischen Aktionen überhaupt.
Und zwar im Zusammenhang stehend mit dem...
Und er war mit Verteidigungsminister Karl Lütgendorf jahrelang gut befreundet. Udo hat Sprengstoff ausprobiert. Dass das nicht verhindert wurde, das ist sicher dem Karl Lütgendorf anzulasten.
Once the search box was determined from the last known position, then you search in a series of lines, a grid of lines. But that's not easy. The sonar is on an 8,000, 9,000 meters of cable, several miles behind the ship. And at the end of these lines, you have to make a great big turn. You're going to come around to the next line over. So it's line, turn, line, turn, line, turn. You don't want to leave any gaps, no holidays. It's just like mowing the lawn.
Back and forth, and just looking for anything that's on the seafloor.
What's the depth? Echo sounders reading about 4,150 meters or so. There's the bottom. You can see it is.
We were breaking a record. The Titanic was 3,800 meters. We were searching for Lucona in depths beyond 4,000 meters. And less than a handful of ships had been found in deeper water, 4,000 meters or greater. And the forces are enormous. It's deadly in terms of destroying your equipment as quick as that. Days went by, days went by, days went by, and we then found the wreck.
So after countless hours of searching, the Lucona team...
Still searching.
Did you think you could find the Lucona at this point?
No. It was extremely unlikely that we find it. It was 4,000 meters deep. And, you know, the Titanic, less deep, took a long time to find it. And its position was known. I thought it was impossible to find the ship.
So day after day goes by, and we're now getting to the point where the search box is nearly covered. And I'm thinking, wow, you know, something's wrong here. We haven't found it. If it's not in my box, where is it?
Es ist die befahrenste Schiffsstraße zwischen Asien und Europa, die es überhaupt gibt. Und dort war nichts, kein Debris, also kein Wrack.
This is line number 2. No targets here.
We were trying to figure out, well, did we miss it?
We couldn't see anything. That's strange, huh? Maybe the search box was wrong. The experts took account of current and wind and so on. But I could see that the current was from a different direction. And then I realized that it was a failure of the experts. And so that makes it even more unlikely you find it.
But I decided we had to keep going. We couldn't stop.
What are we seeing on Q-tips? Not much.
And I did this last line, which was line number 5. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. And we start seeing small bits of targets. We call objects targets. And they're small. And then we start seeing more. And then we start seeing a cluster of them.
Boy, that looks good.
I could see a shadow behind it. That tells me something is sitting off the seabed. In flat mud, that's unusual. That's a red flag.
You could tell that this was of man-made origin, and we knew that we had something.
And that was a great big object, many, many times bigger than anything else.
Well, here's our first good-looking target. One large piece about 26 meters by about 23 meters. This could be it. That's it.
But as good as the sonar image is to me, it means very little in a court of law.
I had to convince the jury that we had found the wreckage, the Lucona. But we only had pixels. This was really not enough to tell them that these pixels must be the Lucona.
The big question was, is it a ship? And if it is a ship, is it Lucona?
Es ist seltsam, dass der Karl Lütgendorf, Verteidigungsminister, zuständig natürlich auch für das Bundesheer und auch für den Sprengstoff, den Udo Brock wollte, dass er in seinem Jagdauto erschossen aufgefunden wurde. Lütgendorf war als Rechtshänder bekannt, aber die Waffe war in der linken Hand und er hat sich durch die Zähne oder durch das Gebiss geschossen. Die Schussrichtung durch die Zähne war für Gerichtsmediziner unverständlich und das ist bis heute ungeklärt. Und der Sohn vom Lütgendorf ist überzeugt, dass sein Vater ermordet wurde.
Journalists investigating Karl Lütgendorf's mysterious death have uncovered a vat of corruption. And a new book just published on the Lucona affair implicates Ugo Proksch, who now appears to be on the run.
When I went to the Lucona case, I thought, well, at that time, Udo Proksch would never be caught, and he would never come back. So I said, well, no problem, I'll take it. And this was a big mistake, because he did come back. Udo Proksch's people thought we would never find the Lucona. They said, just go on, and this will prove that we are innocent.
We had the sonar results, and it looked like a ship, but it wasn't enough detail to pick anything out.
The only way you can get that was photographic or video evidence of the wreckage. That was the hard evidence we had to provide next, filming it with the ROV, the remotely operated vehicle.
We switched over to the ROV and found out that the sonar had a problem.
Without the sonar, we were going to be almost blind. A sonar will allow you to see objects out at least 100 meters at a good resolution. With that inoperative, you cannot see the environment you're in. And one of the worst things that could happen to you is getting the umbilical tied into the wreckage at depth.
So it was suicidal, diving that ROV in that sort of condition. But I don't think we had a choice. We had to dive. But we had no idea whether it would work. The deep ocean, 4,000 meters, absolutely pitch black. Black, black, black. It is like driving down a motorway with your eyes closed, not knowing what you're going to hit next, while you're trying to collect evidence. It's mad, mad.
We didn't see anything for a long time. Sometimes there came a small fish, but nothing more.
The seabed had been absolutely flat, like a billiard table. And then the first thing that you see are these great big mounds of sediment, like a bomb crater, mounds of seabed that have been thrown up. And you see them first and you say, whoa, where did that come from? And then all of a sudden it's there. The hull of the ship.
The wreckage appeared. I really heard the music of Strauss, also sprach Zarathustra, so bom, 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 playing in my head.
The wheelhouse looks perfect. The ladders look right. The hatches look right. But is there anything out there that just tells us that this is Lucona?
What's the easiest way to identify the Lucona? To see the name Lucona, the name on the stern of the ship. We're looking to where the rudder would be and where the name would be above it. And they're all buried. The ship had impacted so great, we couldn't see the propeller, we couldn't see the rudder. The stern of the ship was so deeply buried, the name was just not visible. It just wasn't there.
So we knew we had to go look for something else.
Okay, the next obvious point is the bow.
The name, Lucona, was also on the bow of the ship, but way up at the front. So we started maneuvering forward. Cargo hold number 2, the aft cargo hold, was there. But then we got up to the middle part of the ship where the main mast and the booms were. And then there was nothing. There was no bow, there was no cargo hold number 1, there was no anchors, there was nothing. It was gone.
We could come up off the bottom and kind of have a god's eye view looking down. And the whole forward of the bridge superstructure was pretty much blown to pieces.
That looks like a blown up ship to me.
It was a big shock. For me, it was.
The front was gone. We couldn't see the name. And that made it much more complicated.
It looks like the Lucona. It's where the Lucona should be. And so I was convinced that we have found it, but that's not enough if I am convinced. So I have to convince the jury.
So the question was, could we find something better evidence to identify the ship by different means?
So we looked around to find some debris which would inform us what the ship was.
The debris field was huge. It was about 1 kilometer square, which equates to about 100 football fields. It was enormous. It was such a huge area to search, and we had so little time.
We got out in the debris field and we started mapping out the largest objects.
Flying the debris field, wreckage just kind of rained down on the seafloor. And there was some big chunks of steel.
Lots of sharp edges that can cut your umbilical. You could tell the stress levels were high.
Proch claimed his cargo was a uranium processing equipment that was insured for about $20 million US. And we're going around the debris field saying, well, does that look like uranium processing equipment to you? Some of the biggest items we found in the debris field were 20-foot shipping containers. They were on their side. One had its top rib open. And when we looked inside, it was totally different to what Udo had claimed. It was all scrap metal, rusted steel. This was like rubbish.
The cargo was not what it was expected to be.
This looked like equipment that was really kind of agricultural, not uranium processing equipment. It just didn't make any sense. We're still not seeing anything that identifies it. And we're still searching blind, and that was the real problem. Without a working sonar, we had no chance to really prove that this was Lucona. We decided to go to Sri Lanka. We would bring the ROV and repair it.
And then finally, we were able to get the parts in we needed and get the sonar fixed and get it back in the water.
This was our last chance to find out whether it's Lucona or not.
Up until this point, we'd been flying like almost blind. But now, back at the wreck, we had a working sonar. It was a dream, because now you could navigate with safety around the debris field.
You've allowed a 6588.
But could we identify the ship as Lucona?
For now, and it is where you feel.
Once you settle out on the bottom, you do a sonar scan. And we knew where the targets were around us with the sonar. It was night and day difference.
Udo Proch had a manifest of the cargo with specific numbers.
We were hoping to find the same numbers we had on the list. This will prove that we have found the Lucona.
I was in the control room with David. I asked him, take a photo of this, take a photo of this. And then I realized that it's going to be a problem.
Because we needed to get very close to see if anything was written on the cargo.
The type of ships that we use today can stay on station like a rock. Even with winds and currents and waves. And this is what you need because we're dangling an ROV 4,000 meters below it.
But we're on a ship that was different. It would lose position and it would drag the ROV off the bottom.
So we would see something, a fleeting image, and we'd be pulled away.
Over here. Whoa, that's what you call a ship roll.
So this was absolute seat of the pants, cowboy kind of stuff. We finally controlled the accuracy of it. And then we started seeing something extraordinary. Identifiable letters and numbers stenciled on the cargo.
B10.
B10?
B10?
XP13.
XP13?
XP13.
XP19 was in red, and you could see they were stenciled. They were the exact same numbers as listed on the manifest.
From the numbers that were on the equipment, they were able to trace it back to Udo Proch.
Zapata, that's his company name. So that's unmistakable.
There's finally proof that this is the ship, Lucona, that we've been searching for.
It proved for sure what Udo's real intentions were.
We could see the steel imprints on it that said it was mining equipment.
It was just scrap painted and numbered. And so he wanted to cheat the assurance company.
That was clear for sure.
One simple box had everything on it. With that alone, you could basically convict them.
I think we got it.
It's a special moment when you find a shipwreck, even one where there's loss of life involved. You've spent 6 months for this thing to work. You've been through the ringer already. There was that realization, and I was able to have a private moment myself.
Here's the team that found Lucona. Number 1 team. Sean, give us a smile, Gibson.
We linked the ship to Udo Proch, but that didn't prove he had sunk it deliberately. In fact, it didn't even prove that he had sunk it at all.
He basically said the Russians blew it up with torpedoes. That was his story. And he was trying to stick to it.
So could what we were looking at been caused by a torpedo? Now the question was, how did the ship blow up? How did it explode? One of the defense arguments on behalf of Proch was that this was an arms deal gone wrong. He claimed, unbeknownst to him somehow, there were armaments on the ship, and the Russians were trying to prevent that ship from getting to Hong Kong. So they torpedoed the Lucona. And then he said if it did blow up, it was because the Russians had attacked it with a submarine, but he had no part of it.
For me, it was clear we have to find out whether it was an explosion from inside or outside. If it had been the Russians, it would have been outside.
The thinking was that a torpedo with a warhead that explodes on contact, that would look totally different than a bomb of TNT sitting in the cargo hold and just exploding.
We had to go find out the way the metal was bent, which was critical in proving whether the explosion was internal to the ship or external to the ship.
And so we wanted to get to both sides of the hull on the middle part of the ship and see what the side plates looked like. Really forensically examine it to come up with answers to the final questions about what happened to Lucona. So we started maneuvering along the side and going up to the upper deck. Strasser and the judge, they're watching over our shoulders. One of the first things that you could see was paint ripped back. It's discolored, and you could see rust is settling in. The side plates, they were splayed outward almost perfectly on the starboard side. You could see that there was a force from the inside that pushed that piece of metal to the outside.
There was no signs of any torpedoes or anything else affecting the explosion. Something had to be placed in the middle of the ship, blew up, and blew the sides out.
It was crystal clear. It blew up from the inside. The crew would have had almost no idea what was going on. They had no chance.
Die Anwälte von Brocksch behaupten, die Lucona-Matrosen sind gar nicht tot. Die haben den Pass gewechselt und leben in Barbados munter und vor sich hin. Und ich bin zu diesen zwei Opferfamilien, Roberts und Davis, gekommen und habe mich vorgestellt. Und dann haben sie gesagt, war schon jemand da, der versprochen hat, er kümmert sich, dass wir hinterbliebenen Witwen und Waisen eine Entschädigung und eine Rente bekommen. Und diese Person hat alle Dokumente, alle Fotos, alle Ausweise von unserem Vater, Ehemann mitgenommen und hat gesagt, ich brauche das für die Pensionsunterlagen. Und wir haben uns schon gefreut, dass eines Tages eine Pension herauskommt. I'm 100% sure that these people who came there to get these documents, they came from Udo Brocksch. I think they took the documents and the photographs and the letters to destroy them and to let them disappear from the world. I felt very bad and felt very angry. Da habe ich mir gedacht, na okay, um der Gerechtigkeit Genüge zu tun, diese Beweise waren wichtig für die Erledigung des Falles Lucona.
Now, the big question for the judge, going back to Vienna, to court, was did he have enough evidence to convict Udo?
It was a big event, many people there. Then I was asked as an expert witness
to show the evidence in court. This was finally a moment of truth for the jury to decide whether Udo was innocent or guilty.
Ruhe im Gerichtssaal.
All the evidence was indicative of the explosion coming from the inside out. There was a huge bomb placed in cargo hold number 1 that blew it up.
The explosion went off inside the forward cargo hold, completely destroying the front of the ship. But the Lucona sank even faster because the bomb blew a massive hole into the rear cargo hold as well.
That's why it got flooded. Only the bottom of the ship was still there. It was like a rudder pulling the ship down. And in 1 minute, ship was gone.
When you see things like that on the seabed, the hard hat, that's signs of humanity. Even though we don't find human remains, we knew this was basically the gravesite of 6 individuals.
There was loss of life, and that just reminded everybody, you know, really struck home.
The procedure is that after the trial, everybody made his final statements. We go back to a room. Und dann stimmen die Geschworenen also ab und müssen ein Ergebnis erzielen auf Udo Brocksch. It took them a long time to come to a result. Dann gehen sie zum Richter und sagen, wir sind soweit. Yeah, they have said he's guilty.
Brocksch was sitting in front of me. He turned around and said, you know, well done. I had expected that you would really find it.
Der einzige Moment, wo ich mit Udo Brocksch persönlich sprechen konnte. He told me I will get killed by somebody and I don't know exactly the date, I don't know exactly the way, how they will do it, but my life will not continue very long. Der Udo Brocksch ist dann an einer Herzkrankheit erkrankt und da hat man ihm gesagt, sich am Herzen operieren zu lassen und dann besteht eine 50-prozentige Chance, dass er überlebt.
He was 14 years on the run, but the evidence that we provided, as difficult it was to get, was convincing and conclusive. But I also knew what you're trying to achieve is justice for these people who were killed. They lost their lives because of the callous and cruel and absolutely brutal objectives of some crazy people. And it's no recompense for the 6 lives that were lost and the ones who survived. They are victims as well.